Дорогие коллеги, я всех приветствую. Профессор Викас Кумар из Британской школы бизнеса Университета Западной Англии.
Hello everyone. Good morning. I'm Vikas Kumar. I'm currently Professor of Business Supply Chain Management and Director of Research at University of West of England. And I'm going to talk today about building supply chain resilience in the post-pandemic world and the role of the digital technologies. I would like to apologize in advance as I'm not here in person, so I have to send you my recording, but I hope you will find this talk interesting and engaging. So I'm going to quickly cover, to start with some of the challenges that we're facing in the supply chain domain and what impact it is having on the global supply chain. And then I will swiftly move on to talk a little bit about the role of digital technologies in building resilience. And I will wrap up my talk by a little bit talking about how we can really future-proof our supply chain. So as you all know, at the moment, I think, we are going through still COVID, and COVID has almost resulted in millions of deaths all across the globe. There's more than 600+ million cases in the world. And as we're approaching towards winter, I think we are seeing again the surge in the number of cases, particularly here in India and in the UK. I'm originally Indian, so I certainly know what was happening in India and currently based in the UK, so I can see the trend that's down here. But it's also quite interesting, during the pandemic, what we have seen is that different economies, reacted to this incident very differently. UK and the US were kind of really poor in terms of how they responded to this pandemic, and they really struggled, to be honest. And that is already reflected in how we are moving economically, and as well as some of the provisions that we have made after facing significant difficulties in the beginning. However, some countries, for example, like South Korea, especially, emerged as I would say, fantastic example in terms of how they have managed during the first wave of this pandemic. And that was reflecting in their approach and how it reflected in their economic output as compared to many other countries, including China, where it all started. And we've also seen so many different trends during this time, particularly on the supply chain side. I think we have seen this sudden, collapse and subsequent surge in consumer demand. In the UK, I remember during the first wave, we had a shortage of many essential items, including the toilet papers, which was in fact covered widely in the media all across the globe. We're already dealing with the labor shortages. Of course, part of this was coming because of the COVID, but also part because of the Brexit, as the UK heavily relies on the workers from the Eastern European countries to work in different sectors, particularly in the service sector. It's also leading to the higher producer cost. The one thing which was classic during this pandemic was the failure of the just-in-time strategy. Most of the organizations, at least in the Western world, do follow just-in-time strategy because certainly it helps them to be much more efficient and have a significant cost saving. But event like pandemic, which was such a global scale, I think, the just-in-time strategy wasn't adequate to deal with those circumstances. And this has now kind of pushed organizations to really think about it, what will the strategy going forward? Because now we have seen disruption of a scale which we haven't seen in generation. But it is likely that we might have to face similar situations as we move forward in the future. Some of the consequences already we are seeing, for example, even China, from where has been trying to really contain the surge of this virus in many regions. You have got Beijing, for example, you got the zero tolerance policy towards the virus outbreak. However, as a result of these different preventive measures, we have seen the lockdowns, closure of the borders, and pausing different activities. At the moment, for example, especially China, which actually is a manufacturing hub for the whole globe, particularly in the UK, we rely heavily for most of our manufacturing activities. And of course, this is combined with the ongoing conflict between Russia and the Ukraine. It's all having significant impact on the supply chain all across the globe. Particularly if you talk about the Chinese context, which accounts for about 12% of the global trade. And the COVID restrictions have really kind of idled the factories and warehouses. It has reduced or slowed down the truck deliveries and exacerbated container log jams. And that is a common sight, not just in China. In fact, even, for example, in the UK as well. And so the whole idea of presenting this was to basically give you an overview, how severely our supply chain has been affected because of the externalities at the moment, and of course the COVID pandemic. I just want to touch a little bit about on the food side, because food is one of the areas which is of my particular interests. And we've seen some massive changes happening during this pandemic. We had lots of incidents of the news being covered about the milk down the drain, for example. So, of course, when the sudden lockdown measures were implemented, I think most of the service sector were completely closed. Restaurant shops, your hotels were closed, and there was oversupply of the milk at that point in time. Before that could be thought about different model how to reach to consumers. So they had no option just to simply kind of pour millions of liters of milk down the drain. Similarly, like food being a perishable commodity, of course, we have seen plenty of evidence all across the globe about crops really going waste. We had also serious shortages of for many fruits and vegetables, particularly in the UK, because we rely heavily on the imports for our consuming those fruits and vegetables. And in fact, UK nearly imports about 60% of the fruits and vegetables from many European countries and African countries. And what we are seeing as a result of all these changes happening is actually we're seeing, because of these impact, now global food prices are surging. We already know about the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, and that's again further pushing up the wheat prices, because Ukraine is one of the largest wheat producers. And also, I think the external environment, not just I would say in Ukraine, but also in other parts of the globe, is all causing like huge challenges, especially in terms of the rising food prices and inflation all across the globe. So that is actually certainly challenging organizations to really think like, how can they really kind of secure their supply chain. So the question here is like, can supply chain can be made much more resilient, and what role these modern or digital technologies, which we often refer to as Industry 4.0 technologies, can play in building and developing that resilience. There was a survey of 40 companies, mainly from the food sector, back in 2019, just before the COVID hit. And just to show the level of awareness and understanding of the organizations and their attitude towards the Industry 4.0 technologies. And as you could see, most organizations were pretty positive in terms of how they see that these different technologies are going to have an impact for their businesses. And to be honest, I think during the pandemic, I think many organizations who managed to really kind of sail through these turbulent times were heavily depending on these technologies to understand, to have a full visibility of the supply chains, to know where the deadlocks were, and to have forward planning, especially in terms of the predictive shipping, for example, and also having a good understanding in terms of how situation in one country might have an impact on the supply chain. So they had at least some time to react and make changes to cope up with the ongoing challenges. By many organizations who had a poor visibility of the supply chain, they really struggled during this period. We were actually also quite interested during the pandemic, what really businesses feel about the role of Industry 4.0 technology. So we were writing a piece of work. We just started, in fact, before the pandemic, but during the pandemic was time when we were just at the data collection stage. So we added a couple of questions just to understand and gauge the level of understanding from the businesses in terms of how do they perceive these technologies affecting their supply chain processes and performance. And as you could see from this graph, I think it's quite clearly evident that organizations were pretty positive in terms of the possibility and potential of these technologies in improving the supply chain performance. Now, when we talk about Industry 4.0, there's a numerous technologies, and I'm assuming most of you know, but those who probably are not pretty familiar, this slide simply gives you an idea of what we are referring to Industry 4.0 technologies like artificial intelligence, 3D printing. We're talking about cloud computing, IoT, and so on. And also because the conference is focused on logistics, and I think we already seen the evolution of the Industry 4.0 from Industry 1.0. Similarly, I think the logistics services have improved over this period, and I think what we're looking here now, the implementation of these digital technologies in the logistic activities, and actually how it is helping to improve the logistic processes. Especially, I think when we think about dividing these different technology areas where the different supply chain areas where these technologies can actually play a huge role. For example, in integrated planning and execution, logistic visibility, for example, in procurement, in smart warehousing, let's say efficient spare parts management, autonomous or B2C logistics, and also prescriptive supply chain analytics. So there are different, I think, areas and domains within the supply chain logistic area where these technologies can be very, very influential. And we're already seeing some implementation of these technologies in various businesses all across the globe, whether we talk about autonomous production factories, autonomous warehouses, autonomous trucks in last mile delivery, and so on. So we all, the idea is like certainly this sort of evidence was emerging, and there's certainly some companies were in terms of far ahead in terms of implementing these technologies, but the scope, I would say, like the rate of adoption was pretty low until the pandemic. But pandemic has certainly, kind of given an opportunity for these technologies to show their potential. And as a result, now you can see there's a greater rate of adoption of these technologies in different businesses across the globe. And again, this slide simply gives you an idea, like what the smart supply chain would look like if we use or harness the potential of all these different technologies. Drones are certainly, and as a delivery robots, have been quite popular. I think Amazon, for example, is trialing delivering the parcel through the drones in some of the areas in the UK and in the US. During the pandemic, the Starlink was a company which actually used these delivery robots to deliver products and the food commodities to people who were vulnerable and were asked to isolate, and that has shown potential. Now, we're already hearing also more about the digital twins, which is very much like a virtual replica of the supply chain, and it really helps organizations to do some forward planning in terms of creating different scenarios and how their supply chain would cope and what mitigation strategies could be used to overcome some of these challenges. That gives us a bit of I would say, an opportunity and also an advantage in terms of understanding to gauge the problem that they're going to face and potential solution that they would like to propose to make this supply chains much more resilient. And similarly, if we talk about looking at the role of these different technologies into logistics side, again, it has the potential to improve the communication, increasing the visibility, optimizing the decision making, for example, and actually also rapidly responding to the changing business condition. And that is quite vital because it's making supply chain much more logistically much more agile and much more capable of handling some of the uncertainties that we are facing at the moment. And then the different elements of the of the digital supply chain, given that time is quite limited, so I'm going to skip, but certainly you will have these slides if you would like to dig much deeper. I will just quickly wrap up in terms of the benefits. I think something that I mentioned already, like in how technologies can really improve the productivity. It certainly helps us to have a much more real-time visibility of the supply chain, greater business continuity, higher quality of the products as a result of this real-time monitoring, and it also creates like better working conditions. And I think it also provides an opportunity to personalize, and that again gives us an added advantage, especially in business terms. And so what's the future post-COVID-19? I think, and that's the key. And I think if you look at, the role of different technologies, and I would probably just wrap up quickly into the last slide. I mean, there's certainly a dire need for dynamic response, innovation at the same time. And because the kind of challenges that we are currently facing with, as we're emerging from the COVID, but then again, there's lots of uncertainties happening around the globe at the moment. I think there's quite challenging times. So there's certainly a need that we need to think about how do we really respond to those challenges and what innovation we can bring into a supply chain. And technologies can help us in many ways. For example, making the supply chain much more visible, so that can help us in forward planning, having better planning in terms of how do we can really mitigate some of these consequences. Applying digital technologies to again guard against the future disruptions by understanding the best way of dealing with different challenges. Other thing that has certainly changed during this pandemic is that shift from the efficiency towards safety, because business continuity was quite important, because things couldn't function during the pandemic because either people were off sick or because of lockdown restrictions. So how do we really ensure and create a safer environment if we really want to focus, and then we focus on how do we really improve the supply chain efficiency. Simultaneous management of demand and supply, it was always there, it will be always there, because that's what it's all about, balancing the supply and demand. But also other thing is quite important to having a much more granular view of the local reality, because then only I think you can really come up with some potential solutions which might be much more applicable. So learning from what's happening anywhere else in the world is absolutely great, but then you have to put that context into the local reality to see how that would really work. The other thing is also quite important for businesses to really kind of diversify their supply chain, because many organizations who struggled during this pandemic were primarily relying on a single supplier. Of course, it has got cost efficiencies linked to that, or in a specific region. And you would see like many organizations have now started shifting and diversifying their supply chain, also shifting and having supplies from different regions across the globe, just to avoid a similar sort of situation they might face in the future. And we've already seen there's many benefits of digitizing records And I think as we move forward, more and more organizations will come forward to implement some of these technologies, because we haven't fully harnessed this potential of these technologies, what these technologies can do. But I think if we can think much more sensibly, if we think in terms of how creatively and innovatively we use these technologies, it can certainly help us to become much more resilient and efficient. So I end up my talk here. I know the time was limited, so I had to rush a few things, but my slides will be there. And if you got any questions, please do drop me an email. My email ID here is on this last slide. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Коллеги, мы заочно поблагодарим профессора Кумара, мы обязательно ему напишем, и призываем тоже вас с ним контактировать. Он очень открытый человек для российской аудитории, поэтому это здорово.
Everyone to contact him with the Russian audience. It's great. We will certainly give him all the contacts, and briefly commenting the presentation of Professor Kumar, I would like to say that the Industry 4, this digitalization process has started even earlier, but things like new challenges like pandemics, they set new requirements to the concept of Industry 4.0, and the result of this Industry 4.0 is already present in our life, and the scientists are still there to research the effects of the pandemics, its influence on digitalization, on the Industry 4.0, and it's the third year after pandemics, and we still cannot say what effects, what trends have been formed by it, and how the conditions have changed after the pandemics, and how the role of the digital services has increased. And in this respect, I would like to give the floor to our answer to the British School of Digitalization, our friends and specialists in digital twins and logistics. We just compared our speakers, Professor Kumar and Professor Alexey Chapuhin, who will present us his speech on creation of prototype of digital twin and its influence on the value chain. A good day, dear colleagues. I hope you can see my presentation and I can start. Can characterize myself as a specialist in logistics. In 1969, I've defended my doctorship thesis, and gradually we are transferring to this economy industry, and say that it's one of the main industries in our economy. And I focused on digital twin prototype, and I would like to show my input as a specialist in management. And further on the slides, I will show you how we will need to work to make this digital twin realistic, and what are the opportunities it is going to implement. For instance, how do we define the digital twin applicably to the logistics system? We have to understand what way we should go on to adopt this digital twin. I can understand how we can make digital twin for the engine, and everything can be used, but the more complex problems appear when we are not speaking about physical object, but speaking about processes. That's why we make an accent on the following statement. There are two types of twins, digital twins: prototype of digital twin DTP, and a copy of digital twin DTI. First, I made a kind of a drawing of a model of a future product, and then the ready product is produced on this basis. So in this way, the prototype will help the IT specialists develop the technical assignment and what it can be done, what can be, how it can explain the task to the specialists who will be involved. We can speak about the specific features of DTP and how we manage this virtual object. It has to be developed by a consumer because it will create the value for the consumer. Secondly, it can be created either traditionally with the use of material carriers of information, or by electronic way with the use of the software. Further on, it's necessary, and today it has been already said that if we take the management of the supply chain, then the elements of this management are the companies, the relations, the processes, and streams, and how on the basis of analysis of them we can form the components of these objects and relations between them. Then, independently on the way of creating DTP, each object and its components may be given a binary code containing the symbols 0 and 1, and as a rule, this depends on the mode of work, and further on, we certainly need to test to create the instrument tool for DTI and compare the results acquired by the use of a digital twin with a realistic process. And the methods of study are the following. We certainly can assume that all the objects are physical or virtual, and how do we measure them? It's difficult to measure the quality and not only the quantity, but the quality as well. And to describe these objects, we use the descriptive method of descripting these parameters and quality characteristics. How do we describe the object with the most important signs and filter them? And the second method is the facet method. As a result, we receive a number of options of these objects, 2 in X degree, and it can be divided by 4 parts, by 8 parts, etc., etc. And for instance, here you can see the use how the DTP can be created in red and blue colors. 2 dichotomies which we are having here. We can remove the bottlenecks or use some known options, or take some methods known to us, and based on it continue the research. And now we are creating the digital twin in order to pass this way and find out all the mechanisms which are involved in this process. The value chain is formed. First of all, there is a desirable value, then the prototype of value, then there should be a carrier of this value, and this carrier goes to the client, and there appears the perceived value. So it starts from the idea and ends up with the impressions the client gets in the end. And then the goal, which there is a goal, traditionally, first there is a consumer, its relations with the focus company, and the relations with, and the company has the relations with the supplier, where the concept of logistics is implemented. And it starts from the initial supplier to the final supplier. And here we have to follow all the links and all the connections and relations with each of the parts of this chain. And here we can describe the quality. Here we have tasks and objectives, the principles and approaches, the methods and functions. Then we form the chain in the dynamics, where we have the processes and the streams which we are having here. So the attempt to show all the necessary elements further on to be identified in practice are there. Here we have the main components of the chains in time, the dynamics which you can get in the process, and relations and resources. All these four options are represented here. There is also the notion of reliability. I do not use the resilience notion. Further on, I will tackle on it. Here we have different types of reliability, and we can jointly acquire them. The companies, they form one option of reliability. The relations can form another option of reliability, etc., etc. And we can make these models in order to follow all the elements which may appear further on. Then again, the process of forming these chains in statics and in dynamics, here n or n+1 or n+2, the company n, the processes, and then they are transformed into the chains and streams. And I tried to make it the way so that we could compare with the reliability factor and also approach the goal. And here we are speaking about the reliability criteria of the chain management, from the consumer to focus company and further on to supplier, how we form the prototype of value and the reliability of the value. And here you can see the consumer and the focus company and the supplier, all of them can have these reliability components. And then the reliability of channel is being formed, and the focus of a supplier, they form the reliability of the channel. And now about reliability. Well, people understand it differently, but we divide reliability into four options. Resilience, sustainability, when the ability to live, sustainability. And here you can see that various options of reliability in various parts or channels in all this static chain are being formed. The second is the stability state, when there is a shock, and a shock which influenced a certain part of this chain. But the reliability of all the other parts supports the reliability of the chain. And as soon as you understand, I create various elements as Lego type elements, which will further on assembled into one chain. So I have to cut all these options into small elements, and here we have the indices which demonstrate the reliability of chain management, which goes through the whole chain we have here, and correspondingly there are certain types of reliability corresponding to each element of this chart. All these cubes, all these parts which we have created here needs to have a code and to identify it, and we have to find out whether the component is able to work with this code or not. And if there are some extra elements identified, they may be stayed in reserve and used later. And how do you measure value if it has at least four options? First of all, the amount buyers are willing to pay. The second is an experience which the person receives, and the products and services as a bundle of attributes and perception that becomes the reference and evaluation and seen at the attributes of products. And all these elements should provoke the options of behavior, and the digital twin needs to develop these scenarios of behavior. And here we have the options of these scenarios of behavior of these chain parts according to reliability criteria. When we get the order, we either fulfill this order, or we need to correct the order, or we need to increase the potential or refuse from this order. So we have to describe the digital twin describes the medium gives the statistic mathematical instruments which we use in decision making. And when this software is self-educatory, then it will allow to manage at least one part of the system, and then due to this digital twin, we can manage the whole value chain, and it provides two stages of creating. The first is divergence. The second stage is convergence, which allows to make it as the technical assignment based on it. And further on, this digital twin needs to be commercialized and compatible. Thank you for your attention, and I'm here to answer your questions. Thank you, Alexey Petrovich. As distinct from the first part of the conference, we have a chance to talk to the speakers. Please, Mr. Samasudov. Thank you very much. For the beginning, well, I certainly have a question, but initially I would like to make an accent on the final part of this presentation, that the digital twin needs to recommend a human, how it has been said, what to do. And I support, very much support this solution, because this is what we're missing nowadays in business. And after the first part of our meeting, well, we were discussing that we need these integrating solutions. But at the same time, I have a question. You are using the term reliability of the desired value, and what is reliability applicably to the value? It's my question. Well, the value is the Porter's idea. It's supported broadly. I showed you one slide, and there can be different points of view here, for instance, and based on this, I can say immediately that when a client wants to get some impression or defend something, when the value is unique, you need to explain it to a company here. While we are creating this value, a time is passing, and there will be certainly deviation from the desired value and from the received value. So I tried to evaluate the consumers' deviation. Is he going to be irritated or delighted in the end? How do we identify this? What is the assessment? First of all, you create the prototype or the product or service, and when it is supplied and prepared and explained to him, and we suggested to make the marks as 0.5, one score, and there may be some reliability scale suggested on this basis for the client to make assessments. Okay, thank you very much, dear colleagues, for the questions. My question to you: the value prototype, who is forming it? Is it supposed that it is done based on the client's experience and it's every time unique? Is it going to be a kind of a relation with the client, some kind of questionnaire? How do you form this value prototype? Certainly, every client is unique. That's why the value is unique. And the client needs to explain what he needs, what he wants, because you understand that everyone gets his own value. Even sitting at the same table, having the same meal, we have different attitudes towards this value. So we offer already an experienced client some options among which he makes his choice, and you need to explain it to client how it's going to look, and perhaps the idea of the client as to be born into a certain product or a concept or a prototype which we have to understand. And I certainly could speak more about the product and amid the value notion, but value is one of the most difficult parts of this thing. Thank you, Alexei. Two speeches were focused on logistics, and I want to remind you that we are going to have a special section devoted to logistics. Further on, we have 3 presentations in one topic, which is artificial intelligence. And I would like to invite our wonderful guest, the Professor Fatima Rumata, the Professor of the International Law of Mohammed University in Marrakesh, a member of the ad hoc expert group for the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, UNESCO, from Morocco. Please, you're welcome, Mrs. Rumata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's a great pleasure to participate to your event, to this interesting event. and thank you for having me. I'm just trying to share with you my presentation. I hope you can see it. Yes.
Да, спасибо, мы все видим.
Thank you. So my presentation is titled Artificial Intelligence, Transformation in Industry, Challenges and Opportunities. The context is, of course, the ADG 2030 Union Agenda. And as you know, artificial intelligence ensures alternative solutions to global issues and to achieve this United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, ranging from food security to economic development and the development of health services. The context, this leads us to the goal number 9, titled Build Resilient Infrastructure, Promote Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization, and Foster Innovation, but especially with special focus on the paragraph 9.5, focusing on enhancements of scientific research and encouraging innovation and sustainable development or sustainable artificial intelligence in industry. The main questions one should ask are what are opportunities, and first of all, how artificial intelligence transformation will reshape industry, what are opportunities and what are challenges. To answer this question, we should first clarify the difference between digital and artificial intelligence transformation. So we are speaking about digital or artificial intelligence transformation. As you know, artificial intelligence is not something new. It started since as you can say here, since 1915 with, as it was also argued by the study presented by NVIDIA. This process continues, of course, with several steps, but the culmination points in this process is COVID-19. COVID-19 is a new step in international economic relations. This leads us to like Westphalian system. It's a new step, but also it's the first step in what we discuss now. I mean the new world economic order. So this is the importance of this period, considering that COVID-19 accelerated the use of artificial intelligence. And this we can argue this idea by the global investments in artificial intelligence, which reached more than $77 billion last year, and according, of course, to the Tortua Global Index. Who is the leader in this global investments? United States, considering the investments by private companies. But when we consider investments by public companies, then the leader is China, not United States. The question here now is how companies around the world are using artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence influence industry profoundly industry, and here we are focusing on several tasks: consumer services, marketing, financial tasks, and also human resources. But as we can say here, also 44% of companies are using artificial intelligence for information technology. 19% of companies are using artificial intelligence for marketing, and only 70% are using artificial intelligence for finance and accounting, 15% for customer services. According to one study published this year by PwC concerning this reaction from companies about or concerning artificial intelligence transformation. According to this study, which focuses on more than 600 companies, 61% of these companies are considering artificial intelligence transformation as very important. And 60% are investing a lot in artificial intelligence transformation. Usually, according to this study, artificial intelligence strategies adopted by companies take as a key priority, take artificial intelligence as a key priority. As we can say here, 61% of these companies are focusing on artificial intelligence, 57% on digital identity, 56% they are interested on 5G, etc. So this is the importance artificial intelligence transformation has in this new strategies adopted by companies in the world. Now the question is about challenges. Of course, artificial intelligence offers several opportunities and new opportunities, which can also help to develop and augment the growth, but not the development. This leads us to the challenges. First, we have several kinds of challenges. The first one is technical, if you want, challenges or challenges linked to the use of artificial intelligence, to this dual use of artificial intelligence. And here I'm speaking about what we call also weaponization of artificial intelligence, especially cybercrime, considering that the global cybercrime costs to grow by 15% per year over the next 5 years, reaching more than $10 trillion annually by 2025. And this is the most important challenge, because also in a parallel way, as companies adopt artificial intelligence strategies, they should also adopt strategies to face cybercrime and to ensure cyber security and to protect their companies. But we have also other challenges usually linked, related to this dual use of artificial intelligence. For example, some measures like Internet of Things, toasters, which could be misused by others. We have also another kind of challenges, but this time we have legal challenges, because all these opportunities offered by artificial intelligence and also technological challenges imposed by this dual use of artificial intelligence needs new need to rethink international mechanisms and to think about new international mechanisms. Of course, we have some of these mechanisms. For example, World Trade Organization technical barriers to trade argument, which cover now several topics like automated vehicle and air cars, etc. But still, these agreements need to be harmonized by or national legislations need to be harmonized by, with these agreements, and these agreements itself need to be updated considering current and future challenges imposed by artificial intelligence. We have another legal text, which is Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. But the problem with this mechanism is, even if it's open to all countries, not only European countries, because Budapest Convention on Cybercrime is adopted by the Council of Europe, but it's open to all countries in other continents. The problem is that still it's considered as a regional agreements, and several countries from other continents, they are not motivated by this convention. We have another international instrument, which is a recommendation on ethics of artificial intelligence adopted last year by UNESCO. But the problem with this mechanism is that it's not banned instruments. So yes, it contains several new policy actions which could guide companies' actions in international economic society, but still not banned instruments. In conclusion, artificial intelligence strategies in industry need to focus at the same time in parallel way on growth, yes, as a way to ensure development, because we can achieve growth, but not necessarily development. So we need to focus on both of them, growth, but also development. These strategies need also to create a balance between profit and human rights, considering several gaps. In fact, the gap between the global north and the global south, but also inside countries, the gap between individuals and between rural and urban regions. These strategies should also be based on the ethics of artificial intelligence, which is not only a way to create a balance between ways to ensure safe artificial intelligence, inclusive artificial intelligence, and also sustainable artificial intelligence, but also the only way to create a balance between codes and law. And law, because yes, codes, they are made by companies who develop this artificial intelligence applications and this advanced technologies. But companies, their goal, their ultimate goal is the profit. Only states can ensure human rights. For that, we need law. And for that, we need to create this balance between codes and law. Thank you.
Спасибо профессору Мата. Коллеги, какие есть вопросы?
Thank you very much, Professor Mata. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? Please tell us, according to your expert's opinion and according to the opinion of the organization that you present, so what would be the level or the share of the use of artificial intelligence in critical infrastructure, in transport or in transportation or in energy where potential risks for humans are quite high. So if we allow artificial intelligence to decide, shall we ensure any kind of manual application or human application instead of artificial intelligence? What would be your opinion on this?
Thank you for this interesting question. I think as a member, as a researcher, but also during this process concerning the recommendation on artificial intelligence, I think the most important thing is that we need usually to think about individual, about human, because yes, artificial intelligence should not replace human and should not take some or here considering this full automation. We had an important debate on this, especially we should not recognize legal personality to this new machines, which should have independence or a high level in automation, because only individuals or moral personality could be object of sanction when when we have a problem like a violation of national legislation or international law. So I think the most important things, yes, we can enhance the innovation in this fields, but also we should usually keep the legal personality and make it between human and between the hands of states, thinking also about state providence and considering that now states are in an advanced level in privatization process. So yes, I think we need to focus more on human rights and to try to make this balance between human rights and innovation in this field, in artificial intelligence. I hope I give you the answer you want. Yes.
Большое спасибо, профессор.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Mata. Colleagues, any questions? Екатерина Потапцева, Григорий. So, good afternoon. Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. I have the following questions.
Thank you.
As for I understand, you are an expert in legal support of artificial intelligence processes. What is your opinion? What countries we should look at as of being leading countries in terms of implementation of legislation in the sphere of artificial intelligence and its application in economy or in industry? Thank you. So what countries have the best experience in terms of supporting the legislation in the sphere of artificial intelligence?
I don't know if this question is for me.
Yes, this is a question for you. So being a legal expert, so maybe you can answer what would be the best countries in terms of legal practices in artificial intelligence.
I think for the moment we have the European Union, they are investing a lot in legal aspects, considering, of course, this convention, this Budapest conventions, even if it's not something new, but it's a good instrument, but followed by Canada and followed by US. So yes, but especially European Union in legal aspects. We know that United States, especially considering international law, we know that United States I mean, some decisions are based on realism more than international law, so including international economic law. So that's why I think that European Union is the most important experience we have until now.
Да, я понял, спасибо.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Спасибо, профессор Умата.
Thank you, Professor Mata. And now I would like to give floor to our Russian speaker, Valentina Tajeva, who is the head of the Center of Innovative Economy and Industrial Policy of the Russian Russian Academy of Sciences and the Institute of Economy. This is also related to industrial AI and what are the priorities in terms of development of artificial AI. So good afternoon, dear colleagues. In continuation of the topic of artificial intelligence, I would like to mention the key role. So please start the presentation.
About
the key role of artificial intelligence in manufacturing. When we speak about the penetration of artificial intelligence technologies and production processes, as far as they are one of the drivers in terms of the technological innovation. And speaking about the key role of these processes in technologies of artificial intelligence, we would like to mention that in terms of integration with other digital technologies, such as the industrial Internet of Things, the big data analytics, and so the cyber physical systems, it would allow to ensure flexible and effective and environmental work of the industrial sector. At that, the new intellectual productions allow us to respond to changing demand for products and optimize the entire value chain. But in the same time, the technological breakthrough in the field of artificial intelligence created not just the digital platforms, but also it allows to produce new products, new services, and new markets, and which are really very impressive. According to expert assessments in terms of the economical benefit from AI application, we could speak of the following. The global product, the global GDP will achieve 85% of interactions with the client by 2025 in terms of application of artificial intelligence. And the AI will increase by 2035 the added value in the majority of the branches of industry, and that we achieve the main benefit in electronic industry, automotive industry, and pharmaceutical industry. The country that will get the most benefit in terms of AI technologies application will be the most beneficial in terms of the over profits. And the looking at the developing countries of the world, we may concentrate the efforts on development and implementation of artificial technologies. As for the leading countries in terms of development of AI practices and digital practices would be the United States and China, who create the threat of preservation of economic independence. As far as the process of optimization, they try to make the other countries use their technologies. The United States occupy the leading positions in terms of the number of companies that are involved in development of AI technologies, the volume of investment and patents received. China is also leading in terms of specific weight of the companies involved in artificial use technologies in industry. They're even ahead of the American companies. And the share of such companies is 81% against 48% in the United States, and the amount of cost and development and research and development As for Russia, the level of investment is lower, several times lower, and this is much lower in terms of other parameters in comparison with the leading countries. In the scope of provision of the leading positions in experiencing the AI technologies and in terms of national strategies, the US and China, they have legal initiative in this respect, and this will be the branch of industry related in terms of development of AI. So far in the focus of national strategies of development, United States and China have their strategic priorities in terms of development of industry, where they pay special emphasis on development of the new branches of industry, microelectronics, in also development of special applied technologies related to AI, also development of autonomous computational systems, robotics, platforms, development of import substitution in terms of supply chain and development of their own production. They also pay a lot of emphasis on development of special AI-oriented systems and interrelations with machine learning, and also the industrial Internet of Things for the upgrade of production. So they create the overall approaches in terms of strategic priorities, and so they ensure the provision of leadership in the global market, and also they create the legal support in terms of artificial intelligence, both in terms of development, implementation, in sales of technologies, and also in national security. Also, there are certain sections dedicated on patents and protection of rights, the technological potential and development of the high-tech sector and national economy. Speaking of Russia, here, unlike the leading countries, the AI technologies are not prioritized. Unfortunately, the strategy is not introduced. There is no national strategy of development. And so this is mainly related to strategic planning and also planning in branch of industries. So as some single measures to be undertaken. And even though Russia is ready to invest in the sphere of artificial intelligence for the perspective until 2030, is lacking behind in development of artificial intelligence and Industry 4.0. It's lagging behind from the leading countries within 5 or 10 years, and so the efforts could not be compared with the leading countries in terms of ensuring leadership in the sphere that is under study. But nevertheless, taking into account that we see the competition in the global scope, that it is shifted to digital technologies, and this will lead to change of the technological basis. We are really concerned with the fact that Russia is lagging behind, especially in terms of expansion of the sanctions that made access quite difficult for foreign technologies and developments. And so this is associated with some systemic risks for Russia. So far, it is important to master the technologies, digital technologies in Russia, and it would be the national priority. And these issues are now started by the management of the country, and some dedicated documents have been adopted on a country level. One of those would be the National Project Digital Economy. And for 2018-2024, it is intended that 1.6 trillion rubles will be allocated. But at the same time, the focus of attention, as you see here on this slide, in terms of digital transformation, was concentrated on digitization of processes in administration, management, and financial sphere, digital government, digital finance, and the infrastructure, as we see it here. A lot of attention is being paid to the infrastructure. As for development of technologies, especially artificial intelligence, we see that the amount of money is not sufficient that has been allocated. As for the federal project, the artificial intelligence, from the national program Digital Economy, we see the priorities, and the priorities here would be just the pure energy complex and the processing industry in general without any differentiation into dedicated branches. So the similar approach is also applied in the development of the artificial intelligence roadmap, but with some differentiation into economic activities. Here on the slide, you see an example of such differentiation. It should also be mentioned that in spite of such strategic priorities in the strategy, it should be mentioned that business is also interested in implementing such initiatives. We have 17 industrial companies in the Russian market. Out of 400 involved in artificial intelligence, we see that the major research potential is concentrated within the centers of excellences in different regions of the country, and the government is ready to support them with 5.7 billion rubles invested in terms of development of new technologies in artificial technologies and investment in new logistics programs and their interaction with other in digital technologies. Here we would also say that the measures of support from development institutions play also an important role, especially related to testing of AI technologies in priority spheres, and the support will be provided by the Skolkovo Foundation, the Industry Foundation, and the others. But at the same time, it is very important to mention that we have documents, but it does not allow us to understand completely what types of support measures are being implemented and what would be the scope of investment invested on development of AI technologies in real sector. But nevertheless, for the recent decade, we have gained substantial potential in the sphere of artificial intelligence that supported the innovations in production processes and optimized the digital transformation of industry. The most demanded technologies we see in the basic industries that keep the high specific weight in the Russian export in such sectors as oil and gas, oil chemistry, and metallurgy and machinery. To us, we think that the most important, especially with consideration of sanctions restrictions, would be the development of our own industrial systems, engineer modeling, and decision-making with the use of such technology. It is true to say that Russia has its own spheres of interest that would ensure the leadership in the global markets. As you see, this will be related to fuel and energy cycle, and also we would see some results achieved in AI development in the finished products. So this would be the pilot-free traffic. And also, we should mention that biotechnologies and smart materials would be very important technologies, because this could be used in space and aircraft industry and transportation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions? You're welcome. Thank you for your presentation. I have two quick questions. First of all, I would like to ask, as for the artificial intelligence, about the legal status, would be the software, or it would be a different legal status? And who is the one who is responsible for development of artificial intelligence? Would it be Rostech, Rosatom, or any other agency? Speaking about strategy for development of artificial intelligence, I would say that the government is interested to participate in these processes, but currently the artificial intelligence is mainly implemented as a product in those initiative groups that have been created. It could be business, it could be science, so it would be different stakeholders. Speaking about the financial institutions, they also could be involved from the point of view of development of industrial artificial intelligence. It would be Rostec, Gazpromneft, Kamaz. If we are to speak about what would be the artificial intelligence, would it be the software or a different sphere? Here I would say that the more resources would be oriented on those developments that are being implemented in terms of software to be able to ensure their implementation in different branches of industry. As for the developments that are now in progress from the point of view of products, I would say that you could see it here on the slide. This would be just single dedicated projects.
Мне слышно.
Переводчиком не слышно. So at one of the slides, we could see that by 2019, there was no qualified personnel in the field of artificial intelligence. Probably this is not true, and I will tell you why. If we look at Rosatom facilities or Roscosmos facilities, and if we look at highly intellectual systems, for example, like management of nuclear power facilities, this would be the most complicated technological processes that are associated with very sophisticated, highly intellectual artificial intelligence systems. And so we provide labor and the personnel from 2010, and we provide training at our physical-technical faculties. Several faculties are associated and are involved in these processes. That is why probably you need to provide more accurate information as far as human resource training for intellectual systems, not even for artificial intelligence. We are quite far from achieving the artificial intelligence, but we provide human resource training for medical needs, for as far as there were a lot of intellectual systems developed. And I visited one of the most recent conferences. We have very good school of artificial intelligence in Perm, and also we have experts in this field, and they provide training for experts in this field, and these technologies are being upgraded and improved. Also, we have this work in progress in Moscow. In St. Petersburg, we provide training for experts, but the majority of experts work at classified facilities of the weapon complex of Russia and the corresponding technologies. But this is being intensively developed since the 80s and 70s. And we had a prehistory because this was associated with automated control systems. And those systems were developed in the Soviet Union. And so they were at peak in terms of their development in the mid-80s. So far, those were the prototypes of artificial intelligence system and automated systems. And in many facilities, these systems are running and are being developed with the new material support. So the new processes are being implemented. The new informational sensors. So far, we need to provide more accurate information. Here, I would like to comment on this. So it was under development until 2019. You know, if we look at the presentation, the main emphasis was made on the fact that the strategy of artificial intelligence was adopted and developed, and those objectives that were incorporated in this strategy once we are talking about the development and what we should achieve by 2030. And speaking of those tasks and priorities, then I would say that, yes, we need to expand the human resource potential. Probably this is an answer to your question. This is really good that this is being developed at the moment. But we are also speaking about the perspective. Thank you. Thank you. One more question. Please tell us, 10, 15 years we are lagging behind from China and the United States. Probably we will not be able to try to be in the same pace, slowly but surely. But I think that we should focus on certain things that we should try to chase. We understand that there are some institutions that have been established, but please tell us, maybe based on your calculations and your predictions, where should we concentrate our efforts? Maybe those should be the dedicated sectors. You show us the spectrum of the sectors, but maybe you should tell us what we should focus on. We should not try to cover everything in these 10, 15 years. Yes, I absolutely agree with you that we need to, we have this lag for 10, 15 years, but the main task of our study is to find those perspectives first, where Russia could lead in these markets. That's true to say that the situation is really very complicated and we need to reconsider the priorities in terms of strategies. But we need to pay your attention to the fact that speaking about the industrial sector, these priorities have not been identified by the government. We see certain initiatives in certain projects, or we see that these priorities are being evaluated, but at this stage we need to reconsider them at this stage and to find those spheres of interest. And it has already been mentioned by your colleague that speaking of the provision of human support, human training support, we have this potential, but it's somehow classified. And we do not know how we will be able to use this potential in the civil sector of economy, but our task is to understand how this technology shall be developed in the real sector of the civil sector. Thank you. And we have a question in the chat from Professor Mata. So she's asking her question. Please, your question. So Professor Mata, your question, please.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank
you for this, the speaker. I've learned a lot from your presentation, especially all the information you gave about Russia. But my question is about your idea when you said that China is one of the top countries in legal aspects. I hope you can share with us your arguments, considering that the most important investor in artificial intelligence is not necessarily the most advanced country in legal aspects, and considering also that Chinese companies are and the most important investors in China are public companies, not private companies. The third consideration we should keep it's that codes are not law. Only law can protect people and individuals from this all measures we can have and using artificial intelligence, and also from what we can say now, because artificial intelligence, yes, it's give us a lot of opportunities, or to companies, a lot of opportunities, especially when it comes to marketing and advertising some new products. But the risk here is and the question is that artificial intelligence could guide also our consumers and could influence our lifestyle and our well-being. So thank you. This is my question.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you very much. From the point of view of the legal ground and legal aspect, speaking about industry and legal aspects, I was mainly speaking about those strategic documents that I have been able to consider on how Russia and how other leading countries consider the priorities they get from and the preferences they get from the global markets. But as for the ethics in implementation of artificial intelligence projects, yes, I absolutely agree with you that the ethics and the ethic norms have to be considered once we speak about artificial intelligence. Because artificial intelligence should be used for the benefit of humanity. And it was also interesting to hear from your presentation on how artificial intelligence is transformed in terms of sustainable development concepts. That is why I'm absolutely convinced that all of the technologies of artificial intelligence have to be used in favor of humanity, for the benefit of humanity, but not for destruction or creation of certain risks for human development. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. You know, this topic is really very interesting. I think that further on we will continue to discuss it. Now I would like to make a quick change in the agenda as far as our colleagues from Italy. We have time difference and they wanted us to shift their presentation a bit. And I would like to give floor to our speakers from our university, from Karlsruhe University. And this is the group of researchers who join us at this conference. And here with us, we have Dr. Laura Bravi, and she will answer the questions, and the presentation will be made by Giada Pierli, and this presentation will be related to sustainable development, a combination of principle of sustainable development and digital transformation, and the colleagues tried to review the publications and present their results.
Good morning to everyone. I'm going to present a paper made with my colleagues Federica Murmura and Laura Bravi from the University of Urbino Carlo Bo, located in Italy. The paper is a systematic literature review about digital transformation and sustainability. What's about the context? Over the last few years, the idea of sustainability has been increasing intertwined with that of digital transformation, emphasizing the important role of technology in improving global well-being. Since 2016, the United Nations have been committed to an international agenda to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, underlying the relevance of technology to their achievement. Similarly, the European Commission has recently highlighted the fundamental function of digital technology for the implementation of the Green Deal. Most recently, the Next Generation EU Fund, set up by the European Union in response to the significant economic and social impacts generated by the COVID-19 pandemic, further stressed the need to combine sustainability and digitalization, laying the foundation for a significant transformation in this direction. According to Weipo et al., information communication technologies are a key determinant in achieving sustainable development goals through their potential for more efficient use of resources, education, and business operation. Despite the consistent discussion on the different possible ways to meet sustainability goals, there are still few studies on the relationship between digital transformation and sustainability, especially at the corporate level. Given the need for more knowledge to understand the connection between digital transformation and sustainability, this study aims to fill this gap by developing a systematic literature review on the topic. Specifically, it aims to address the following research question. What is the current state of the art on the relationship between digital transformation and sustainability at the industry level? In order to answer to this question, a systematic literature review was developed. To do this, the following steps were implemented. First of all, selection of sources. The database used to identify the documents of interest was Web of Science, which is considered as one of the most relevant academic search systems. Second, setting search criteria. The keywords used in the search were sustainability or sustainable development or ESG and digital transformation. Selection criteria. The selecting time period was from 2010 to 2022 in order to perform an as comprehensive as possible analysis of the published articles related to this topic. Content analysis and synthesis. After selecting a sample of articles, a content analysis was conducted. To this end, each article has been analyzed in terms of year of publication, type of research category, journal, and citation. After applying the selection criteria defined above, 60 articles were considered within the scope of this analysis. First of all, about the result, paper by time. As shown in figure 1, the topic investigated has increased in recent years. In particular, 2021 has the highest number of publications about the topic, while 2010 is the year when the first article on the topic was published. The research was carried out in June 2022, so it is interesting to note that in just 6 months, 19 articles have already been published, which is a very close number to those of the previous year. Then paper by journal. The articles analyzed are distributed in 48 different journals. The journal with the highest number of publications on the subject is Business Strategy and Environment, with 4 articles published. Then Technological Forecasting and Social Change, with 3 published articles. Other relevant journals where at least 2 papers on this issue have been published are Ecological Economics, Total Quality Management Business, and so on, when you can see in the slide. Papers by subject area. Figure 2 shows the distribution of the documents analyzed with respect to the selected subject areas. It should be noted that some papers do not belong exclusively to one category, but were included in at least 2 subject areas. Thus, the category with the highest number of manuscripts is businesses with 16, followed by management 15, business and management 12, and economics 9. The remaining areas are business and economics and management and economics with 6 and 2 papers each. Paper by topic. In the business area, the main topics are the impact of digital transformation in terms of corporate, financial, production, and environmental performance, and the use of digital technologies to effectively communicate corporate social responsibility. On the other hand, the main topics in the management category are the impact of digital transformation in achieving the sustainable development goals and the importance of developing innovative business model for sustainable business transformation. For the economic area, the main topics include the role of digital transformation as a key factor for governments in promoting inclusive economic growth, social development, environmental protection, and the efficiency of governance in implementing sustainable goals using digital technologies. Finally, the category business and economics, business and management and management and economics mostly present an overlap of issues compared to those illustrated individually for the three previous areas. Finally, the results about paper by citations consistent with the years in which publication began to increase. The highest number of citations is recorded from 2019. The year 2021 represents the one with the highest number of citations, 305, showing a significant increase from the previous year with 84 citations. The date for 2022 is also quite positive, with 211 citations achieved just in the first 6 months of the year. So the results confirm the need for more comprehensive studies on the relationship between digital transformation and the different pillars of sustainability, especially with respect to the social one. Most scholars have focused on the opportunities provided by digital transformation to make a given business sustainable, while there are still a few studies on the relationship between these two dimensions. Nevertheless, it is possible to state that digital transformation is an effective tool for achieving sustainability through a range of tools that enable organizations to significantly improve their environmental, economic, and social performance. The study presents both academic and practical contribution. Firstly, the study contributes to the existing literature by providing a framework on the current state of the art in the field and identifying emerging and potential avenues for future research. The study provides also practical implication. In particular, the study emphasized the need for action by policymakers, both to introduce measures to promote sustainability-friendly technology investment and to foster international cooperation in the digital and sustainable transition. In addition, the study highlights the importance of adopting key performance indicators within the enterprise, such as ESG, to monitor and assess its environmental, social, and economic impacts, concurrently with the implementation of organizational and operational digital changes. Thanks for your time.
Спросить наших коллег,
thank you very much. We have the opportunity to ask questions because we have Laura Bravi with us. She is the doctor and the scientist in the university, in Karl Bo University from Italy. Do you have any questions to her? So Laura, good afternoon. I think your time difference is not so dramatic. So I have a question. So I have a practical question, but also a scientific one. What is your opinion? What do you think would be the main directions from the point of view of scientific search for future publications? What would be the most important and what would be the key interest for the nearest 2-3 years? So what would be the main interests for the nearest 2-3 years?
I believe, thank you for the question, first of all, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to anticipate this discussion. I believe that the objective for the next 3 years for research would be to focus research on what digital technologies could do to practically help companies in developing sustainable strategies. Therefore, I believe that theoretical research should be done side by side with companies in order to understand the role of technologies in giving an operational aid in developing environmental and social strategies of companies, since they have difficulties in the European situation and also specifically in Italy to develop such type of strategies because of their dimension. They are at least small and medium companies. So it would be relevant that the research would give some suggestions, operational suggestions to companies in order to have a concrete aid in using these technologies in order to implement these strategies. So this is what I think it would be important to do in the next years.
Лаура, большое спасибо.
Thank you very much, Laura. Do you have any other questions? Maybe any questions in chat? Thank you. It's really a very interesting topic. And in this respect, I have a question. It would be more of the opportunity to think it over and a ground for future studies. From the point of view of a company, a dedicated company, the strategy of sustainable development that is positioned nowadays, the environmental protection, it's not just a matter of interest. For an isolated company, it would be more interesting to protect the environment. But for us as a company, it would be interesting to minimize the cost, to achieve effective productivity. And here I think that there should be studies implemented on the search of strategies that would be profitable both for the government and for an isolated company, the company as it is, because the small and medium companies would be not very much concerned about how to preserve environment. They would be more interested in business. And what would be your vision of strategies that would allow to adjust this conflict, so to regulate this conflict? So for the companies to be involved in businesses, in business development, but at the same time keep the balance with environmental strategies, because the company as it is would not be very much interested in environmental protection.
Yes, of course. I agree that companies could be not so much interested in protecting the environment, but in reducing costs. I believe that in this situation, the role of governments, as you said, would be really relevant because the role of government that is put between these two elements could give the importance for a company to could give the right incentives for the company to reduce costs and to give them the opportunity by having a profit and reducing costs to protect the environment. So in this situation, governments and plans, environmental and sustainable plans by governments that could incentivize the use of technologies to reduce costs and to protect the environment could be really important in order to balance these two elements. Because of course, companies would not only be interested in the environment. So if the governments put the objective, gives incentives and say you receive these incentives if you also show to protect the environment, you show some improvements in the environmental protection. So this could be a good element in order to give an incentive to companies to pay attention also to the environment and not only to business profits and reduction of costs. So I believe this is really, really important. And studies should also analyze how this figure, government, institution, could act in order to do this in a right way, in an effective way.
Thank you very much. Just an addition to your opinion. Do you think, should we, being the scientific community, should we transit from just discussions that the government should keep them interested in this, but should we proceed on development of certain measures that the government should undertake and recommend? Should we work on development of recommendations for the government? Because we speak a lot about the fact that the government is supposed to do this or that, but humans are working in the government and they have their own ground. And so far, I think that in the sphere of sustainable development, the scientific community should proceed on development of recommendations for the government, then for the government to create the certain measures to motivate the smaller companies. So we as scientists should give certain recommendations for the government.
Yes, I agree. I agree that the scientific community should should have an important role, a relevant role in giving advices for governments. Yes, the scientific community should have the role of importance in this situation, because I agree with you.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Now I would like to propose to give the floor to our guest from Belarus, Denis Mukha, the director of the Institute of National Academy of Sciences of Belarus, and then we will make a break. We welcome you.
Уважаемые коллеги, подскажите, меня слышно хорошо?
Да, мы слышим вас.
Так, я сейчас попробую демонстрацию экрана, презентацию представить. Вот. Скажите, удалось? Видно ли презентацию?
Да, видим презентацию.
Хорошо, спасибо большое. Еще раз хотел бы поприветствовать уважаемых коллег из Института экономики Уральского отделения РАН. Очень приятно, что приглашаете. Вот буквально неделю назад директор вашего института Лаврикова Юлия Георгиевна принимала участие в нашей ежегодной конференции. И очень отрадно то, что вот у нас как бы намечается такое плодотворное сотрудничество. Мы совместно реализовали проект по линии Белорусского республиканского фонда фундаментальных исследований и Российского фонда фундаментальных исследований, когда он еще, собственно говоря, был. Поэтому очень приятно, и будем надеяться на дальнейшее продолжение взаимодействия. Ну, со своей стороны, сегодня хотелось бы мне представить свой доклад на тему «Цифровое преобразование в организациях промышленности Республики Беларусь. Актуальные проблемы и перспективы, меры поддержки». С учетом вот тематики данной конференции хотелось бы поделиться опытом, поделиться теми наработками, которые у нас сейчас есть в Республике Беларусь, то есть показать, насколько мы продвинулись в части цифровизации промышленности. Вот, мы в прошлом году Институтом экономики провели
The last year, with our Institute of Economy, we did the research on the transformation of industrial organizations. We developed a questionnaire, developed a method for the... Can you see the slide? Yes, okay, I just in case. We have developed a conceptual scheme on the evaluation of digital transformation in organization, including several blocks, starting from the general characteristics of the business, of the sphere of economical activity and of the products. Also, it was the assessment of digital readiness of the organization, the level of the software implementation, existence of mechanisms, and the approaches to the staff digital competences. There was also the block of issues devoted to the characteristics of the financial provision of this digital transformation. evaluation of risks, economical, technical, productional, organizational. We have also evaluated the block of stimulating factors and hindering factors, and also other issues. We have selected around 600 organizations on certain criteria. First of all, the type of main product, the final product, services, components for the production of final product or material for further processing. We also have selected the companies based on the number of employees. They were including the large, the middle-sized and small companies, also micro companies, and also governmental and private companies. And the main condition for our selection was the readiness of the organization, the availability of internet, website, and email. To speak simply, well, the portrait of the company selected for this questionnaire research. These were the companies providing the final product and having some readiness for transformation. Around 1/3 of the questioned organization, and the major part of them was large organizations and some micro organizations. Also, the share of organizations with 100 of shares of state capital was 20.5%. Among the organizations which answered our questionnaires were the organization producing the final product, and they were 60%, and the rest were providing components for a ready product. If we are speaking about the assessment of the readiness level for digital transformation, then the organization are now on the average stage. Many organizations go through the early stage. Many events on digital transformation have not yet been implemented there. Sometimes, about 5% of companies have not been doing anything related to digital transformation. And the minority, more than 3%, are on the ready stage. They have basic actions on digital transformation. And if we are speaking and considering the organizational mechanisms of digital transformation, we can see that only 40% of organizations have planned for digital transformation, some direct documents or programs or a plan on this activity, and around 37% said that they are now monitoring the advance of digital transformation, and only each fourth company mentioned that they have a responsible person who is responsible for implementation of digital transformation. So we come to the condition that not each company has not people who are responsible for digital transformation. About 10% they say that they have clear distribution of functions, of responsibilities on provision of digital transformation on all the levels of organization. But nevertheless, 13% mentioned that they have the corporate strategy for digital transformation, which is not bad. If we come back to the question, who is responsible for digital transformation, nearly half of the organization mentioned that they have no responsible person which is responsible for these issues. in how the companies, these functions are carried out by the CEO, and if we're speaking about such an activity as the technical director or director for information technologies, then it's only 2% of companies have such chief information officers, and only 0.5% of companies mentioned that they have directors for IT. We also considered what organizations are using internet tools for promotion of their goods and services. Actually, websites, practically all the companies mentioned that they have these websites, and many of them place their advertisements in internet, messengers, for contacting clients, etc., etc. CRM systems, etc., etc. And I would like to also mention the research in the use by the Organization of Informational Systems, how these processes are presented within the companies. We can say that the CAD, CAM systems, CAE systems of automated design presented only in 38% of the companies. Planning the resources of the companies within 34% of companies. HRM and MES systems, in some 20% of companies, and certainly the systems of data management and are used by minor parts of the companies. And we also asked the questions in our questionnaire how the automation of the processes influenced the advance of the companies, the implementation of the digital technologies. Around only 1% of companies mentioned that they failed. The previous investments were not successful, and it's good that it's only 1%. We also can see that around 50% of the organization saw the growth of the productivity due to automated processes, and around 26% still copy the automated processes which were used. We have also considered the implementation by the organizations of key technologies in the field of digital transformation. We also asked the companies to make the rating of the technologies used. The traditional web technologies are used by the majority of the companies. The mobile internet, social media also use the technologies of optical recognition and digitalization are on the fourth place. Internet of Things and robotics are on the fifth and sixth places, and the blockchain is on the very last, is the least used. And they are not yet, blockchain technologies are not yet used by many companies. As to the personnel training, certainly for digital transformation, you need to spend resources on training your personnel. And here we had the questions related the investments, how they use these investments. Most of them were using this for the development of personal effectiveness of the leaders of the companies, development of the abilities of working in group work, etc., etc. And as to the most required specialists within the organization, what kind of specialists the companies need to advance the digital transformation? We can say that in the first place, the developers and analysts of software, web and multimedia applications, system analytics, specialists on databases and networks, for instance, the designers of databases, the system administrators, the specialists on informational security, business analysts, also one of the most required specialty, also the specialists on working with big data, data scientists, data engineers, big data analysts, and so the least required specialists are the specialists on organizational development and on digital digital knowledge within the company. Also, the educational programs, how they are selected, mostly these are the training courses, theme seminars and trainings, online courses on the development of digital skills. And coming to an end of my presentation, I'd like to say that we also try to find out what factors hinder the digital transformation within the organization, and the rating showed the following. The main issues are related to economic factors. First of all, most important are the following factors: are the changing economic situation, the high costs of funds borrowed, also a high tax load of companies, absence on the market, labor market of necessary specialists, etc., etc. All these factors are certainly influencing the development of the companies, and we also have on our labor market we lack some functions, some specialists. We do not always have some software provision. Well, these are not all the results of our research. I just wanted to present maybe some of the most important results. And due to the limit of the time, I come to an end of my presentation, and if you like, I'm there to answer your question. My dear colleagues, Ekaterina, Denis Viktorovich, thank you for your presentation. And what are the tools? What are the tools of governmental support available in the Republic of Belarus? How the government supports the digital transformation of the companies in Belarus? Thank you for your question. Certainly, well, my presentation included the slides on the support measures, but due to the time limit, I had to skip them. Today, we have a rather large range of instruments, and we have a special program for the digital support of digital transformation of companies, and it includes organizational, a lot of various organizational measures, and there are certain benefits and incentives, tax support measures, and a rather big range of measures to for the companies which can be used to implement this measure? Maybe you are interested in more specific instruments. Do the companies know about these instruments? Why they call one of the obstacles the absence of measures of state support? How is it related? Well, certainly there is some lack of information. Any company needs a bigger support, and certainly the resources of the government are limited, and the country cannot finance this work in big volumes. You were speaking about state support. The state supports some priority projects, some more important projects for the government, and there are some individual also benefits and preferences for such projects. Many companies which have already been developed to a certain extent, they may not need a state support. And if they manage to implement the digital technologies, they immediately feel the results in their profitability. But if we are speaking about digital transformation of a certain state company, we speak about huge investments, and certainly these projects are rather costly, and the government is not able to help to assist everyone, and certainly there are some certain specific process automated, etc. But to support the general transformation of a company, this is problematic, and I believe that the problems with state support are similar in other countries as well. Good day. Thank you for your interesting presentation. This morning we were speaking about the digital transformation, which is necessary to be implemented stage by stage, due to the fact that not everyone can quickly adopt to this process, and there is a certain level of education, etc., etc. How is it done in Belarus? Is there do you think you need to increase the speed of digitalization? What do you think? Well, thank you for your question. You have answered partially this question in the beginning of your question. We evaluated the level of readiness for digital transformation. If in principle the organization doesn't have the processes implemented, and they do not have any understanding of how they need to implement this digitalization, certainly there may be problems, and certainly the companies need the human capital, the personnel which will be involved in implementation of this transformation. Certainly we have on our market the specialists, and they need a certain level of salaries, etc., etc. But the practice shows that not all the companies understand what digital transformation is, and many of them operate in an old way and are afraid of this process, are afraid of any mistakes which are possible, and are very careful about the results to be expected, and don't want to take risks and follow the old well-paved ways. But nevertheless, many organizations nowadays already start understanding that this digital transformation is actually absolutely necessary, and our research showed this. And first, they implement some tools which allow them to interact with their clients, etc., etc. And then they implement the tools which allow them to improve their relations with suppliers and partners, etc. So develop their business processes. Certainly, there are some limits with personnel, but nevertheless, we have to do this stage by stage, and maybe we have some pilot organizations where these approaches are being mastered, and then this experience is multiplied and transferred to other organizations. Thank you very much. We are very much lacking behind the time, behind the schedule. I can see that the colleagues want to talk to you. Maybe you will stay and we will organize a special seminar. We have some other colleagues who also need to speak due to other time. Thank you for invitation, and I will leave all my contacts.
Good afternoon, my name is Manuel Otero and I'm here to present the paper entitled Stakeholder Management in Technological Projects and the Opportunity of Artificial Intelligence, a case study. This communication has been made with the contribution of the different authors included in the slide. We are all professors at the University of Cádiz in Spain. First of all, it's an introduction to situate ourselves. Two topics, two words: stakeholder as a person or organization that can impact, experience change, or feel affected by another activity or decision, and the artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence as a research and development of mechanisms and application of AI systems. Both concepts are integrated through the technological project, the creation of a product or service that provides a solution where its design is effective. Stakeholder management is an important aspect of technological projects and should therefore approach in a methodical fashion using existing tools already familiar to the profession of project manager. There are different complements views, for example the PMA view with the classified stakeholder based on 4 factors: adaptability, mission, involvement, and consistency. Or the ISO view with classified stakeholder based on their relationship with the project, their hierarchy depending on legitimacy, power, and influence. In this slide, we went into mention the Freedom study. It analyzed the possibility that certain jobs could be absorbed by artificial intelligence. The result obtained predict that up to 47% of USA jobs in 2010 probably disappear about the automated in the next year. The technological projects that include artificial intelligence, case study, have made it possible to improve in production control, integrating regulation, predict model, and self-adjusting flow, capacity, and other parameters. In this context, it's important to highlight that the projects implemented have a direct impact on the reduction of plant operation. About the case study, agri-food industry. At the beginning of the 16th century, the first tobacco manufacturing industry were established in the city of Seville, in Spain, the first industry in Europe. The photograph showed the manufacturing process prior to implementation of PLC, Programmable Logic Controller. The Spanish tobacco company was selected because it was initially a public company that was later privatized. With an artisanal manufacturing, the tobacco industry had to reinvent itself, becoming a private company in 1998. Starting from a high number of personnel undergoing a technological renovation based on private capital, is a clear sample of automation and the application of artificial intelligence, allowing the drastic reduction of personnel. The case study focused on technological projects directly related to tobacco product manufacturing, carried out under conditions of strict control and regard specific treatment parameters, temperature, humidity, toasting, and flavoring. Moreover, programmable logic controls (PLC) were used due to the layer production. The main characteristics and parameters of this project have been grouped according to type in table right side of the slide, in order to facilitate a clearer understanding of the scope of the present study. To identify stakeholders, the model developed by Mitchell, power, urgency, and legitimacy, figure on the left, show an example of an operational improvement project, ID Project A, in the table. The methodology applied for analysis. To overcome barriers to successfully project management, stakeholder, and the impact of AI, it's important to detect critical success factors. Methodology begins with the definition of its scope, which involves identifying all stakeholders that influence the projects under study. Obtain the stakeholder register. The next stage comprises data collation, for which the indicators usually monitored in technology projects, time, cost, deliverables, and deviation, carried out during the study period, have been grouped together. Next, the questionnaire will be prepared, including the critical factors identified in the state of the art, and finally, the different hypotheses of relationship between different critical factors. The final validation of these hypotheses using statistical tools and conclusion of this study will be proposed. The figure at the top shows the methodology applied. The critical success factor. To overcome barriers to successfully project management, stakeholder, and the impact of AI, it's important to detect critical success factor. The table shows the review of the state of the art from 1971 to the present, with critical success factor detected by the author. Next is the analysis. Factor analysis was structured on the dependent variables, stakeholder and the project success, and the independent variables represented in the table. The variance rotation method was used to determine the components. The most interesting will be the independent variables obtained through the questionnaire. For independent variables, with the order of the color will be following: technical decision support through AI, communication, top management decisions supported through AI, and monitor performance and feedback. According to the regression analysis obtained, dependent and independent variables, a new theoretical framework was obtained, represented in this slide shown below the final discussion and conclusion. Results show the importance of AI as a support to management and establishing a well-defined project mission, as shown by independent factor 3 with a standard beta close to unity. Some conclusion that can be drawn from the study presented about stakeholder, the know-how and experience of staff responsible for project tasks has become an influential factor in changing environments. About success, the critical success factor identified in this study can help to better understand the mission and the importance of the project manager. The artificial intelligence is used to support technical and top management decision making, increase the probability of success. And last, decision making, the use of artificial intelligence as an opportunity for companies, although it is necessary to advance in the development of digital competence to maximize this impact. This concludes the presentation, and I hope you enjoyed it. I remain at your disposal for any question. Thank you very much.
Уважаемые коллеги, мы продолжаем нашу
Dear colleagues, we continue our plenary session, and now we'd like to give the floor to our guest from Italy, Milano Polytechnical University, and today we have Luca Fumagalli with us. Sorry for maybe mispronouncing your last name, so dear colleagues, so we'd like to give floor to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you. Pronunciation of the name was good, so thank you. I will start sharing my presentation. I hope you can hear me and you can see now my my screen. So I would like to
спасибо,
start.
мы все видим.
Yeah, I would like
Yes,
to
thank
start
you. We see everything.
Myself, I'm Luca Fumagalli from Politecnico di Milano, from the Department of Management, Economics and Industrial Engineering. It was a pleasure for me to visit Ekaterinburg city last year with the collaboration of URAL Federal University with the Graduate School of Management Economics. And so I wanted to report here some pictures. I know that one picture is in the night, but maybe you can recognize anyway the city, and the other is with some colleagues. I had pleasure to spend there some days working also with important TMK company there. So today we'll present you this this paper that is about research activity we carry out in the framework of digitalization. So I would like to start with an introduction of the problem. The problem is about scheduling, that is a decision-making process. This is an important problem for a company that want to optimize the sequencing of a job for production, of jobs of products for production. This is very important for industry because allow the efficiency of production and to save money and to also be responsive and react when change of production happen, when you have to move from one type of production to another one. So also when you have to invent again the type of production you have to do. Rarely in practice is not common that industry implement algorithm for optimization. And the colleague that was presented before gave also a perception how the digitalization is diffused in industry, and so this algorithmic optimization follow this part. Various work anyway are presented in the frame of meta-heuristic and genetic algorithm approach, and here I want to present you one aspect related with this specific literature problem, that is the hybrid flow shop scheduling problem. So with this acronym. So, which is the research background? It's so that flow shop are production systems that are characterized by a linear flow of production. So there is no mix in the flow of the product. There is one linear flow of production. The hybrid flow shops means that production stages are then realized with resources working in parallel. In general, this is well known because it's a combinatorial optimization problem. What we did was a mathematical approach to face it, also using Industry 4.0 tools for simulations, and we applied them in my laboratory. You can see the picture behind me, and you can visit my laboratory. You have the link there to visit our website to look at our facility if you are interested in. Which are the gaps? Most of the existing approach are just valid in few cases, so it's difficult to generalize them. It's true that many of them are maybe theoretical, so this is the second gap. So I want anyway to highlight that probably also our approach is pretty academic. So I'm not sure we have filled that second gap, but for sure we were able to make a more generalized approach, introducing also simulation that is not considered by many authors when they face this problem. So what we did was to mix genetic algorithm, that is a specific technique that allow to generate solutions. We had input data. We create a population that is a tentative solution. This tentative solution is then analyzed. So we export this tentative solution that is called individual, one individual, and we run simulation. So here it comes the novel approach to run simulation here. Then the results of the simulation are evaluated in terms of performance. If the solution is not finalized in terms of optimal solutions, we try again to make certain perturbation, to make certain changes, and we create another tentative solution. And we continue and we iterate this approach. Which are the benefits that we achieved? I mean, of course, you can see many details, numbers in the paper, but main aspect here was that we tested this framework compared with the Carlier and Neuron example case. And we were able to make numeric comparison, and we identified that we had two advantages compared with their approach and the one that faced this problem in literature. First, we create one unique objective functions, mixing the different objectives. Secondly, we introduce the simulation in the way I presented before. So to go to the conclusion for the time I had, so we can see that this approach is paving the way, is starting an approach that can lead to digital twin approach that we know now in this new digital transition is very important. And especially this approach to make the optimization together with simulation, and we apply that to that specific scheduling example, is very good when we combine it with manufacturing execution system. So one of the information system that was also related with the previous discussion of the colleague. So we made a test in our laboratory. So it's hard to say that this is a solid scientific result, this 10%, because we should had to make many tests to prove it. While in the laboratory we had limited time to do it, but we in practice we realized that we were able to get 10% of improvement. So we think that, I mean, I and the other co-authors, because I'm especially mechanical engineer, now working in this industrial engineering department, and I had other colleagues from more computer science background working with me as co-authors. We think that this can lead, in this example, that is our production line in our laboratory, this can lead to improve performance also in terms of sustainability, because we can better introduce efficiency in the line, making the line more efficient and reactive. And here you see this is already a building block of a simulation model with this output. You see there on the right, the variables, to integrate this in a digital twin perspective. So this is our idea and our contribution to this problem in literature. So thank you very much. I hope I was in the timing, and I'm here for possible questions. Thank you.
Большое спасибо. Во-первых, я обязательно передам привет.
Thank you very much. And I would certainly send your best regards to Dmitry Tolmachov, because I saw him on the photo, and I will just ask you a very quick question. Who would be the customer for you? Which industrial, which industries, industrial branches would be your customers? Will it be suitable for machinery or for the food industry? Are there any specific branch-related features of your simulation?
Well, thank you for the question. Often when we present this type of results, we can answer that all the possible company can benefit of this problem, but we have to be careful with the barrier that we can have. The barriers are related with the type of technology, digital technology that the company uses. So in this sense, at least in Italy, manufacturing companies are in better condition in terms of digitalization. So they can get the data that can be used to feed our model. In principle, you can also apply this approach to big industry. You can apply this approach also to food industry. So there is no limit in theory, but in practice, you have more data in manufacturing. And in manufacturing, you are more changing the type of production from one week to another one, because you have a different mix of products to realize. While if we think about big industry or food industry, often they have a long campaign of production. So they don't need a tool that is flexible to adapt and to change the schedule of the activity. So I would say this is well for manufacturing, meaning metal components part realized for mass production.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо за участие.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation. And we have your contacts, and I think that our colleagues will be able to correspond if they have any questions. And now we would like to give the floor to our next speaker, the speaker from Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, Dr. Veep Lau, the professor of University from Malaysia, and he will tell us about the relation of COVID-19 and its impact on manufacturing sectors.
Okay, good afternoon to all. My topic of my presentation this afternoon is about the digitalization already has mitigated the impact of COVID-19 on the manufacturing sector's performance. Okay, I'm from Malaysia, and this is the ASEAN map, and this is Malaysia, and this is where you can see the Twin Tower is. Okay, I think like any other countries, COVID-19 has actually dampened our economy, and of course, because of national lockdown, many activities, including manufacturing activities, cannot be carried out. Okay, and therefore we have a negative growth. Okay, And this has actually caused an impact to our economy. So the possible solution to this, of course, is the suggestion is through the digital payments, digital technologies, digital payments, commerce, robots, and so forth, to help the business to cope with the national lockdown. Okay, this is our manufacturing has been an important sector for Malaysian economy. And of course, it is 21% in 2019, and it is about 22% in 2020. And of course, for manufacturing, we have actually produced a lot of E&E. And I think this year we actually celebrated the 50 years of the E&E industry in Malaysia. Okay. You can see this is part of the newspaper we have. Okay, the conclusion of this study. This study validates the role of digitalization in offsetting the adverse impact of COVID-19 on the manufacturing sales performance. Second, this study puts forth alternative model specification by providing the margin effect of COVID-19 on manufacturing sales performance. Okay, theoretical framework. So we follow this study by Gao et al. 2020. In the context of a crisis, the dynamic capabilities involve 3 dimensions, namely the capability of sensing the crisis. Second dimension, firms with dynamic capabilities are more likely to seize new business opportunities. And the third dimension, firms with dynamic capabilities integrate internal and external resources to cope with a crisis. Our sample, let me talk about the data we have and the sample. So we actually use the monthly data from January 2020 to December. And of course, this is arranged because we have 24 sectors, as I can show the next. We have the 24 subsectors in our manufacturing. So we use all the data published by the Department of Statistics Malaysia. And the sales, month-on-month sales figure is used as a dependent variable, the growth rate of the monthly sales figure. Okay, this is a list of the variables on the right side. So we have the variables, as I mentioned just now. We have the sales month-on-month. We have the cases of COVID. We have the digital, and this is measured by the fixed broadband subscriber. Then we have other variables like growth export, growth import, ringgit, our exchange rate, new COVID cases, and also internet banking penetration rate. This is our descriptive statistics. Okay, and as you can see, some of the data points we have here. And our model, these are model sales month-on-month against COVID cases, digital. As you can see, this is a panel model. Okay, we go on to the next model, where we actually focus on the interaction between the COVID and also the digital. And we also study the so-called market effect of the digital changes, adoption of digital. Okay, so this is our result. So you can see that COVID cases actually have negative impact on our sales, monthly sales growth, manufacturing. And the interaction term for the COVID digital is all significant at 1% level. And of course, more interesting, okay, this is our margin effect. So as we can see that at the lower level, minimum level of 2,182,000 of telecoms Malaysia, the broadband subscriber. So we have a negative, equation. As we move on, as the number of subscribers increases, you find that the negative impact becomes lesser. So these represent the digital adoption. As we more and more subscribers, the impact of COVID become less. Okay, and next we actually do a robustness check by changing another measure of the COVID cases. And we actually have the same, the new COVID cases, as you can see. The effect is still negative to the sales month-on-month growth rate, and the interaction term still stands significant. The interaction term still stands significant, even with the different measurement of the new COVID cases. Okay, the key results. So as we can see, manufacturing sector sales performance is negatively associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, and it has actually adversely, the COVID-19 cases has actually adversely impacted our sales performance. And with the rising level of digitalization, this negative effect diminishes. Okay, and as a key result too, actually our government is actually developing this Malaysia digital economy blueprint to accelerate the digital adoption in the country. And the manufacturers, our result shows that manufacturers should actually actively pursue digitalization in the workplace. For example, they should use robots and so forth. And also the lastly, important of having e-commerce as a way to business transaction. Okay, policy suggestion, I think we should have more tax incentive to encourage manufacturers to adopt digital technologies. Okay, tax credit will facilitate firm investment and accelerate the pace of digitalization. Number two, we also should try to look into provide the public capital to support digital adoption among manufacturers. Public capital such as public grant could help the small and medium industries. Okay, this is similar to what European Innovation Council has done in 2021. Okay, as a conclusion, we should, I mean, this is from the perspective of Malaysian government, we should adopt and also this Malaysian digital economy blueprint, and we should go into 5G, including the 5th generation mobile networks, which enable the application of big data, IoT, and also AI. Thank you. That is my presentation.
Большое спасибо за доклад, коллеги.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you have any questions to your colleague, please ask your questions. Please tell us, as for digitalization, are there any other resilience factors in Malaysian economy in COVID and post-COVID period that you can speak of?
Any other factors? Of course, besides this, I mean, the government has also have other economic stimulus, a few packages of economic stimulus to help the people and also to help industry to recover from COVID. And I think the manufacturing sector has increased in the export this year. The economy partly has recovered due to increases in the manufacturing export. Of course, I think the SME sectors are still suffering from the post-COVID because of many issues faced by the industry. I've answered your question.
Пожалуйста, еще вопрос. Спасибо большое. Вопрос?
If there are any other questions. Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. It was interesting to listen to your presentation. I have a question. Speaking of those parameters that you are using in your model, so as for COVID parameter, you have already studied population, the number of persons infected with COVID, but have you looked at mortality factor? So in order to be able to understand the severity of COVID impact and the fact that people are limited and constrained by such a factor as COVID.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think, yeah, the mortality from the COVID, yes, of course, but as far as this research is concerned, we do not use the mortality rate because I think it is probably not relevant to the manufacturing, right? In our opinion, it's not really relevant to the manufacturing sector, so we don't use. But we use the new COVID cases, yes, COVID cases and total COVID cases. Yeah, thank you.
Спасибо большое, коллеги.
Thank you very much, colleagues. If you have no other questions, then we would like to thank our guests. Thank you very much. And we also have your contact information. And just in case if colleagues have any questions, they will be able to write them to you. And we would like to invite our next guest. So it's our guest from China. She's the Doctor of Science. So she's the Chief Staff Scientist of the University of Russia, China. And so we would like to give the floor to you. The floor is yours. We need a presentation right now.
Видно, коллеги?
Да, сейчас загружается экран.
Хорошо.
Yes, we are loading the screen. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Before my presentation, I would like to express gratitude for invitation to the organizers of the conference. So being the researchers and scientists in studying the Russian economy, I would like to say that 4 years ago, I paid my attention to development of digital economy in Russia. And all of the conferences that take place today was dedicated to digitization. I decided to speak on digitization in Russia and cooperation between China and Russia. My presentation consists of two main parts: the logics of digitization in Russia and the Chinese-Russian cooperation. I remember that in 2017, President Putin mentioned that the digital economy would be the issue of national security and independence of Russia, competitiveness of domestic companies, and competition in the global and for the long-term perspective. After this, the program Digital Economy of Russia and the National Strategy of Artificial Intelligence Development was approved until 2013. And the National Project of Digital Economy. And that is why, looking at this document related to continuous development of digital economy in Russia, I came to a conclusion that the logic is the following. So in the first one, we see the information security as one of the main priorities and the sovereign information space as the matter of the sovereign priority. And number two would be the corresponding laws and technical standards. And number three would be promotion of digitization in government institutions and government companies in the first term. Number four, this would be the elimination of any obstacles in promotion of 5G and implementation of 5G. Number five, active implementation of import substitution of technological solutions of the Russian manufacturing. Six, strengthening the educational system, improvement of educational system and human resource training in the field of digital technologies. Support for IT. So the digital transformation is governed by the government of the country. And the government does a lot in all those areas, such as design and institutional support, provision of information security, financial support, infrastructural construction, research and development, and also personal training. Digitization in the government authorities and the government entities has become a starting point for acceleration of digital transformation. As for the Chinese-Russian cooperation in the field of digital transformation, I would like to pay your attention to the following. Number one would be the cooperation in information security in the context of constraints by the United States and allies. So the security of information space is of paramount importance both for Russia and China. It's vitally important, and so far, so it is the same for Russia and for China. Both countries should strengthen cooperation in the field of information security within STO and also EAS initiative One Belt, One Way. And they should work jointly on development of the uniform space in peaceful, safe, secure, open cyberspace. Second would be the exchange of practices in the field of managing digital economy. The idea of digital economy is in the so-called golden middle in the technical progress, economic development, and provision of national security and protection of public interest. Digital economy in China is developing rapidly, that's for sure, but we see that it's lagging behind in terms of foundation of the managing system and national systems of standardization. These are the issues that both countries should solve together. And so the Russian practice in terms of making up the technical standards, standardization is of great importance. Especially it is helpful for China to consider such practices. It is possible then to demonstrate the viability of the companies and local administrations in the development of digital economy. And China also has its specific features. Also, we are interested in improvement of our scientific and educational cooperation, improvement of digital skills for the people, and also development of the digital technologies both for Russia and China. It is really important. We need to improve the cooperation between the universities and research institutions from both sides. We should also be engaged in development of cooperation in 5G. We should provide the ideal band for corresponding frequencies in Russia. We have already done this job last year, and it means that we are opening the window of opportunities for China and Russia in terms of cooperation in this sphere. This will give the multilateral opportunities for between the manufacturers of mobile equipment, semiconductors, and software from both countries. Also, we see the innovative cooperation in Russian IT industry. The measures of IT industry support in Russia give us a chance to support the Russian IT industry, and it also gives a very good ground for the both countries to cooperate. Joint creation of startups in IT and acquisition of the corresponding IT companies gives very good choices and further development for Chinese technical companies. To their opinion, the advantage of Russia is in two aspects. One is the preferential policy, and another, human resources. Dear colleagues, we live in the period of uncertainty. If we look at the Charles Dickens's question, whether it's the best or the worst time ever, I will not be able to give you an answer, but I do understand that this is the time of cooperation. Cooperation in the search of certainty. Especially, we should cooperate in digital transformation. Thank you for your attention. I would like to wish success to everyone. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Any questions? So, Mikhail, thank you very much for such wonderful, friendly presentation. Everything is clear here. Everything is associated with very important content. But here I would like to ask a question. I think when you were mentioning direction 3, out of those that were at your slides, there is a wonderful saying there that our way is to create new standards instead of searching for solution for problem. But please comment on this. Please comment on your idea that you have under this. Thank you for your question. You know, in China, the market plays very important role, both in economy and in every sphere of our life, and also in legislation. But sometimes we never know how to do according to rules because we don't have rules. And it's just the market that works. But if we do not have the rule, it will be a free market that will be able to develop freely and cope with the problems. We see the problems that appear, and only then we think on how to solve with this problem. And I think that Russia, in this respect, does everything beforehand in order to be able to eliminate this problem. To my opinion, Russia does everything according to plan. Maybe it's a kind of a planned thinking. But in this respect, market is really a good thing, but sometimes one needs to understand that there are some weaknesses related to markets. Thank you very much once again. And one more quick question, just a very personal one. Dear colleague, where have you learned Russian language so well? In China. I studied in China and then in Moscow. I worked in Moscow for a certain while, for 4 years. I studied in Irkutsk. I haven't been in Ekaterinburg yet. We are waiting for you to come, and we would like to visit you, to visit us, to invite you to visit us. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. I have a question to you. Is there any definition in China for digital economy? Do you have your own definition of digital economy, digital manufacturing, digital trade? Because in the world, we do not have one common definition of this. I mean, in the Western world, we do not have such a definition. Unfortunately, looking at the Chinese literature, especially in Chinese, it's not available for me. That is why I would like to ask you, is there a certain definition? Maybe on a legal level, maybe legally you have defined what this is. And if you give me such an answer, I will be very grateful to you. Something is wrong with the connection?
Официально пока нет, но мы напишем, конечно. Да, профессор Гаусизян, мы вас
Professor Gausyan, we have lost you. We just see your photo, so it means that there is no sound and nothing is happening. We have your contact, then we will be able to send all of the questions to you. We see questions in the audience, and we will provide your contact information to our colleagues, and then you will be able to write to them and you will be able to talk to them. So now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker.
Hello, everybody. Dear Professor Kuzmin, conference chairs and organizing committee. I would like to, before I present my talk, just to say thank you for the kind invitation and bringing together scholars to discuss very important issues that indeed will contribute to the betterment of mankind. I have, throughout my career, worked on different technologies and different projects. And of course, some of you may remember relay-based telephone exchange stations where dialing number 4, number 8 would require different relays, different rotations, and basically there was so much noise, and it was electromechanical device to connect people. Well, this is about somewhere 1976. I remember my first job, and actually even my project, the college, the Radio Communication College, was on the PP51. The title of my talk is basically talk discussing third millennium smart cyberspace in support of world peace. And of course, humanity been going through transformations, technological transformations, societal transformations, and indeed, throughout the generations and history of mankind, technology have always helped people to move forward and to rise to higher horizons. This is a third millennium, 2022. We have fast Ethernet, we have ubiquitous and pervasive computation that has become an essential part of human lives all over the world. Throughout my journeys and throughout my career, I have worked on 4 different continents in 9 different countries, and have learned to communicate in quite a number of different foreign languages, which helped me to kind of connect to people, connect to cultures, connect to traditions. And indeed, as a university professor, I work with students, with colleagues from all over the world, different nationalities and traditions and religions. And what I found that fundamentally humanity is always the same. Technology, parallel to humanity, if we look at how telecommunication, or starting from Edison, electricity, Morse code, first communication, bell projects, telephone, black and white TV. Back in 1972, I actually worked as a TV repairman. It was just about, completing my college, and I worked on 2 fundamental technologies, then of course telephone communication technologies and TV, which I took interest in radio communication. And after so many years of studying and basically becoming electrical engineer, and then continue working on different projects, I work on atomic power plant, and also the energy distribution. So that gave me appreciation how that technological evolution have basically impacted any field of engineering, and fundamentally any aspect of life, of people all around the world. I have studied electrical engineering, then I continued in electrical engineering. I took interest in power electronics and control systems, and that ultimately led me to robotics and automation. And then, of course, continued in computer-aided engineering when I actually look at the CNC plants and controllable automation devices like Siemens and Texas Instruments, PLC, programmable logic controllers, and at the same time also AutoCAD, what we see now, the 3D printing. Somehow all these cutting-edge technologies, Industry 4, 3D printing, future Ethernet, smart cyberspace, are fundamentally operating on fundamental principles of physics and mathematics. In other words, regardless how smart, how sophisticated technology may be or look today, it is still a fundamentally operating on fundamental principles of science and engineering. In addition to computer engineering and manufacturing plants, I took interest in computer integrated manufacturing, where I realized there's a connection between the whole production processes, manufacturing processes, business processes, and marketing processes, and that ultimate connection was via information systems. I studied information systems, databases, and computer networking, and indeed during the time I studied databases was 1990, and we work on Ingress relational database. Of course, today we all are familiar with Oracle and all different database technologies, SQL, mini SQL, that actually have become essential for computing on the large frame computers, supercomputers, portable computers, or smart devices, mobile devices. In addition, later, after my master's degree, I took interest in multimedia communication, and I remember working with colleagues in Canada and later in UK, and of course US and Europe mainland, a lot of colleagues from Germany, Czechoslovakia, Spain, France, Belgium. So it seems like somehow the technology been evolving, and some people say that even the evolution of Ethernet, there are two fundamental, if you like, groups that they're working on. Professor Kleinrock with his team at UCLA, other colleagues at East Coast, MIT, and Harvard, and of course there was also Midwest colleagues, Chicago and Pittsburgh. At the same time, there was also a development team in UK, and the DARPA projects was initially to create a communication technology where streaming of data, such as messages, eventually data could be shared across computers via communication infrastructures. Of course, that technology we all seen have changed and developed with wireless computing, and of course fiber optics and satellite communication. So I had privilege working with colleagues from Verizon, Bell, and British Telecom. I also took interest in Spanish Telefonica and other corporations, back in Southeast Asia, in South Korea, Japan, and South Pacific, where I work as a head of school and director of large ICT, Japan Pacific ICT projects. And the role of the project was to actually connect via satellite communication all the small islands in South Pacific. And some of you may not appreciate the geography of South Pacific, but it is enormously large. And indeed, the small islands in that region, all they have is the economy that is basically communication dependent. They're very small economies, and they of course have they are using satellites apart from some undersea cables, which are quite expensive and not always available for everybody in the region. So creating small satellite all across these islands with having a central hub in Fiji was a project that I've been chairing as a director. And while we were working on that project, I finally understood that initially back, if I look at my scholastic work, I took interest in quality of service provision. And of course, multimedia communication was all about making sure that we have a streaming of audio and video, and there are no jitters, and there is a quality of service. And of course, when people mention the word quality of service, initially what it comes to is say, well, how good is the communication? Even the video I just present to you, of course, while you're watching, you may perhaps from your standpoint look at the perceptions such as the image quality, clarity, voice clarity, and so that gives you, as a user, basically user perception of quality of service. Now, I will record this video locally on my computer and then transfer through a transferring services via Ethernet to Professor Kuzmin, and he will basically replay the video during the conference. And of course, that video on my computer has a different recording technologies, and of course, subject to your display, and basically where the video will be shown. So there may be another yet, if you like, video playing technologies. And so these are all adjustments. And there are a lot of technical details, to actually make sure that all these media, such as data, voice, and video, are transmitted, communicated, and delivered in the best possible quality of service. So I studied that technology. I look at the projects at Columbia University in New York on X-Bind, and of course CORBA, Common Object Request Broker technology, which is a middleware, the middle layer, transport layer in 7 OSI stack protocol, and that is a most complex protocol where the middleware means that you have different platform, different operating systems, and you create that seamless, a communication, so there's a message passing between all these platforms. And what we have today is basically plug-and-play technology that it seems like seamlessly you buy a small smartphone, well, smart, I get back to definition of smart, and you connect through simple plug to all the services available. Now, quality of service has been, I remember completing my PhD thesis. I actually worked on different projects, starting in Montreal on supercomputing architecture, data flow architecture, Monsoon from MIT, and I look at the fundamental performance analysis and a lot of mathematics behind the computation. How do we judge that the computer is performing well? Because computer fundamentally is a hardware-software device, and operating system is managing all these hardware resources, and so there are two fundamental developers, chip developers, microprocessor developers, or what we call hardware developers, memory, storage, etc. And there is also software developers, and very often what we find that throughout this building of a computer, just starting from burning a frame, for the microprocessor, there are already, some technological, what I call errors that are done through the process of burning, of shooting all these electrons and atoms into the silicon infrastructure, silicon basically plate. Now, of course, when you buy a new computer, it's by default already, there's a fault in it. And so what we have, the compensation for the hardware errors are trigger software updates. And that basically how we see, Windows version 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc., always following up. And same with the operating systems that you see on your Apple or Samsung. And so, indeed, these two fundamental groups, hardware, software developers, are often having quite intensive discussions. I saw these kind of discussions back in South Korea, Samsung, where they are, of course, developing the enterprise solution instead of what we call the software solution. They call it enterprise solution, so they can provide services to large corporations globally. And at the same time, if you look at what's going on in Silicon Valley, Intel developers, AMD processor developers, so they're very focused on that developing of microchip. And that is miniaturization and very large-scale integration. So throughout my career, I taught about some close to 50 different courses in electrical engineering, electronic engineering, computer engineering, software, IT, and of course end up with cybersecurity. So the quality of service was an umbrella, what I call umbrella, that is essential for any infrastructure, communication infrastructure. But today, or perhaps since last 15 some years, cybersecurity has become essential and become umbrella. So when we look at the smart cyberspace today, everything is subject to cybersecurity. And of course, cybersecurity on its own, I did teach cybersecurity or computer security graduate courses in Iowa and in Spain. And so I look at, that again, a cyber experts, they're expert in software developers, hardware developers, and then there are, of course, policymakers, people who make decisions. And very often making policies is practical only if it's well understood by all layers of organization. And that translates to certain extent of professional practices, ethics, and of course, clarity of communication. Now, in my title, you see the third millennium smart cyberspace, which is what? Which is full automation, full cyber automation. And of course, we look at the automation in education, in health, in manufacturing, and smart cities, smart world. World smart has become such a ubiquitous word used by everybody. But I may ask you a question, because honestly, when they see there's a smart cell phone, and we see what's going on with Apple and Samsung, and of course these very latest smart telephones are functionally supercomputers. They do what computers 20 years ago, it would take a really large frame computer to be able to do what the small, cell phone in size, of course, can do today. So that smartness, yet again, is very often understood as a collection of functionalities. And indeed, functionality or any feature that computational device can perform requires additional computation, and that requires additional yet constraints on performance, because indeed more computation, more traffic, more data exchange, ultimately a lot of congestions and a lot of issues with delays and possible malfunction. So, but putting it on different level, you have a smartphone. Some of you may have a most recent telephone, just bought it yesterday or this morning. And yet imagine, if you leave your telephone unattended somewhere, anybody can take it and walk out and you lost your cell phone. So my question is it really smart? I don't think so. How smart is the cell phone if it could be stolen? It's not really smart, is it? So yet again, in that extent, there's a lot of ways of looking at the concept of being smart. Now, putting a smart technology in use of education means that today, thanks to internet and access to information, young people, children, I'm a professor, I'm an educator, so my main concern or even my purpose of being an educator is to make sure that every child on this planet gets access to best quality of education. I've been serving for some years now as a honorary chair for the World Assessment Council and WAC, and of course we have developed with colleagues a URAL project, which is again kind of educational learning management system that you could look at Canvas, blackboards, and different technologies, different tools, and so that is to help access to make sure that all these people, young people in less privileged countries, have best quality of education. What does it mean, education? And very often throughout my career, I studied as already an electronic expert, electrical engineer, computer manufacturing or computer engineering expert, and eventually ended up as a computer scientist and cybersecurity. I don't know if I'm an expert, but I know a little bit about cybersecurity and kind of continue learning, because indeed it's a field of studies that is evolving, changing. And what is most fascinating about that field of studies is that it brings together yet again mathematics and physics. And a lot of people naively would separate, say, oh, I'm a computer scientist, I don't need to know nothing about mathematics. Now, if I may, I would recommend that perhaps it might be practical to do a little bit of mathematics and indeed review a physics textbooks, just to come back to fundamentals, because everything that technology is not human. And so, could we have a humanoid technologies? Of course, we have humanoid robots. We have Sophia, and we have other more sophisticated projects where robot can assimilate or basically even have a texture of, or even look like humans and almost talk like humans through the speech recognition and voice analysis technologies. And of course, a vision of a robot could assimilate possibly to some extent vision of humans. But there is another dimension, and that is to say human as a human being and robot as a technology manufactured project. So the question is, would anybody trust their baby to be taken care by robots? When mother at any place on the planet, regardless if it's Africa, Australia, any continent, poor or rich, doesn't matter. But the love that mother has for her child is ubiquitous. It's something that is very same. There's no difference. There's no difference when a small child wakes up in the morning and look at the sunrise. I remember back in Korea, some students from Africa asked me, Professor Babulak, what makes us different, that we are Africans and these are Americans and these are Koreans and these are British and these are Russians or Czechoslovakians or Germans or Australians? I said, no, there's no difference, because we are all the same. Even me, I feel as a professor, well, professor is, like, it's a word, it's a term that defines that I might have done some studies, and I did, of course. I completed my postdoctoral docentura in Czech Republic and work as a professor, and then of course been recognized as a professor officially in my career. But yet I feel I remain to be a student, and what is disappointing me most, that I realize that there's so much I don't know. There's so much I haven't learned. And so I wish, again, that, that desire of exploring and learning is ubiquitous. And same you people, colleagues, that are watching this video, and I honestly wish I could be joining you in person, and hopefully, we could have a roundtable discussions and drinking coffee and chatting over the lunch. But hopefully they will come and we will be able to meet in person and share and perhaps collaborate on many different projects. But what unites us most is the mission. We are educators. Any professor, any scholar, apart from being a researcher, engineer, developer, manager, director, president, regardless of what they do, they are scholars. And scholastic, community is a community of educators. It is very important that we all united translate that understanding that we have, or knowledge that we have, to young people, and so they can appreciate that this is their millennium, this is the third millennium, this is a fully automated cyberspace, and of course the sky is the limit. We see what's going on in technologies, and there's always a lot of opportunities, business and of course educational and societal, and of course in the healthcare, wonderful projects. And so I think that we need to yet encourage young people and encourage ourselves to pursue that development and innovation. And of course, with Internet and communication technology, the world has become a global village. Quite frankly, when you sit in front of Internet, it doesn't matter where you are. If you are in URAL, or if you are in Ethiopia, or Japan, or UK, or here somewhere in Canada, or US, or Australia, it doesn't matter, because you are sharing, learning, and visualizing, and perceiving same information. So that basically today's Internet, today's communication infrastructures have created a global village. And of course, I have learned a number of different languages, and I remember being much younger, I had difficulty or had no need to learn any language, because I was in my home community. All my friends, we talk same language, we have the same culture, so I don't really have to, adapt or try to understand other cultures and traditions. But my life journey took me through around the globe, and I traveled around the globe 9 times. Nine times. I counted it, how many times. And indeed, I crossed the Atlantic Ocean over hundreds of times, and Pacific Ocean at least 50 times. So, when you look at, I flew over Russian Federation, from Korea to Czechoslovakia and London, of course. And then, of course, I flew from London to New York and Vancouver. And so that gives you the appreciation of, how this world is wonderful. And if you sit in a plane at a very high level, and you look down from your window, what you see is this enormous landscape. And suddenly you realize that the landscape from the high view of the airplane is always the same. In other words, if you fly over US or Canada or over Russian Federation or Europe, you see the same forest, you see the same mountains, rivers. Of course, they're not identically the same, but they look very much alike. And so that brings us to that philosophical dimension. And I mentioned the smart space technologies, and of course the third millennium technologies, and world peace. And world peace, I'm not a politician. I'm just a university professor. I'm a technologist, engineer, and of course I'm also a father, a grandfather, and friend, and a brother, and just uncle, just a regular, very regular person. And I hope that I have remained being humble and simple in my nature, because qualifications, diplomas, and whatever I have achieved doesn't make me a better person, doesn't make me a more important person. On the contrary, it makes me, or should make me, more humble, because perhaps I might have had privilege that I was given the opportunity to study a lot of people, a lot of my friends, a lot of my colleagues, they had to work, or they didn't have that journey that took them through this academia. So I think, you know, I admire very much people, you know, simple plumber, baker, builder, you know, a cook, somebody who may have a very simple education and yet they have so much wisdom. And that wisdom comes with the common sense. And of course, this is where humanity often is divided, because some may feel that they have so much intellectual importance that they forget about essential, that when they go to lunch and people who serve them that lunch, they cook that lunch. And so their survival is depending on that very simple, you know, cook and people who actually made that wonderful meal and delicious meal. So indeed, humanity is something that, you know, technology may have quite difficult for technology to understand what the humanity is. But through AI, you know, artificial intelligence, and I work on a couple of different books now on AI and technology, and also been invited as a member of the AI lab in Germany. So, you know, AI, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a sophisticated computation. In other words, computation that assimilates, that learns from humans, learns from nature. And how interesting it is if you look at 4 seasons, how nature adapts to spring, summer, autumn, fall, indeed, and winter. And then again, it restarts the cycle. And same with the humanity. You know, we are very young, become adults, we may have different roles, important roles in life to play, and then we get to that stage of fall, of autumn, when we become older. Hopefully, by becoming older, we become also wiser. And that wisdom, however, is not measured by age or diplomas that we have, but it's measured by how we are, who we are. And so, again, you see, if you look at the cutting-edge technology development team, so there are people, decision makers, who say, well, this technology will perform this and that and that. But at the same time, it is important to have people, colleagues involved in the development of technology that say, yes, but technology must not harm people. Technology must not cause damage to people. Technology must not abuse people. Technology must serve the betterment of mankind all around the world. And so with that note, I think that perhaps naively, idealistically, of course I'm an idealist, I'm a professor, so what do you expect? I always hope for better. I always hope, perhaps naively, that, you know, as a humanity, we are smart enough, technology is smart enough today, that we should be able to have a peace that actually, when we have peace, we can share knowledge, we can augment knowledge, we can promote, you know, young people to experience learning and education regardless where they are on the planet. Imagine how wonderful it would be if we have suddenly a world where people can just simply say, oh, I love to go to that country, love to that place and that place. And so, of course, naturally there are borders and there are states and there are, of course, political and economic arenas that are out of, or this is perhaps, I'm not an expert to judge, but as a professor I have traveled around the globe. I have visited many countries, some maybe 35 countries, and presented talk. I don't know about the country I didn't give a talk. So indeed, that is something that we have as colleagues, as scholars, as students, as academics, that we share that, you know, wonderful world of academia, wonderful world of scholasticity. And of course, the mission number one and priority number one is to make sure that young people, children, have no suffer. They can learn that any mother holding her child can look at that baby and say, well, I hope you will have, my baby will have a good education. And of course, with good education, hopefully good career, good life, and success. You know, I have, you know, if you look at my LinkedIn profile, I kind of wrote a brief kind of my collection of ideas of what success is. And of course, to some people and to many people, it represents so many different things. And I'm, you know, I don't have the only answer. I think success is something that people find their satisfaction. And yet again, as a professor, I also consider success just that every child has access to sunrise and sunset and good food and good education, and that every child can sleep in a warm and safe room, and there is no distraction and there is no damage. So indeed, I very much hope that technology, that knowledge, that wisdom will contribute to world peace. And again, I hope very much that time will come and we will be able to get together, to shake hands, to eat wonderful meal, and having a time together, and perhaps visiting your classrooms, and you know, we can, you know, basically share that wonderful humanity together in the moment when it comes. So with that note, I'm going to close my notes. I do appreciate that I did not present too many mathematical formulas, no sophisticated pictures, but hopefully I managed throughout my presentation to plant a seed of thought, something that of course, hopefully everybody would think about. Because ultimately, I believe that as scholars, we are also farmers. We are farmers of ideas. You know, architect, when they build the building is always there. They can say, well, look at, this is what I built. But we, as scholars, we build a character. And we build something in young people. We instill in them desire to learn, to express that, you know, effort to explore and learn. And of course, to be wonderful people. And wonderful people make a wonderful world. And humanity is the most wonderful creation of the universe. Is there a supercomputer that can match the potential intellectual of a human brain? I don't know. Do we have measures, we have assessment metrics that we could say, okay, let's compare the most #1 supercomputer in the world with the human brain of a regular child somewhere in URAL, or South Africa, or Mid-Africa, or India, or Australia, or anywhere, US, Canada, world, Europe, I don't know. So with that note, I'm going to close, and thank you, Professor Kuzmin, and thank you all the committee members, and I hope very much that you have productive and very successful conference, and that we stay connected, and hopefully we'll be kind of moving forward and exploring opportunities to collaborate. Have a wonderful conference and wonderful experience, and be well and safe. I wish you all the best, good health, and of course a lot of success in your personal and professional life. Thank you. Thank you.
Dear participants of International Scientific Conference, Digital Transformation Industry, Trends, Management and Strategies. First of all, we would like to acknowledge the organizing committee of DTI 2022 for our participation. The title of our research, actually, Agility Factors in Software Development in the Field. These research are made by me, Kürşat Demirek. I'm working in the 19 Mayıs University of Turkey, which is situated of Black Sea region, north part of Turkey. And my colleague, he is also our visiting professor serving in our university. And our methodology is based on the Scrum methodology. I would like to firstly summarize about this methodology. As you can see from the presentation, inputs from the customers and team managers directs to the product owners, and the list of priorities are defined, and the project backlogs are prepared. Then the sprint planning meetings as how to and how much of the sprint is required, defined by the sprint planning meeting. And these are converted into sprint backlog, and the backlog task expands by the team members. And those team members made some meetings, and those meetings based on that one, and it can be between 24 hours and 30 days. And the daily Scrum meetings, about 15 minutes, the team members respond to the basics, and they define what did you do since the last meeting, and do you have any obstacles, and what will you do before next, and those questions are discussed in a everyday meeting. And then the sprint review are made, and potential achievable products increments prepared, and as an output sprint perspective is prepared. And next, we are going to talk about our research. How can we collect our data? The data was collected between 2019 and 2020 period, which is during the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2020, 1,161 people participated in our Agile study. Our goal was to determine the success of Agile transformation, what effects should be expected from the introduction of various Agile approaches. And you can read more from our research findings from the full text and article, which will be published in our proceedings and book. So in terms of methodology, correlation analysis was made between some variables based on our survey, and principal component analysis were made to determine how the goals of Agile implementation in their organizations are grouped into the employments, and a factor analysis of respondents' answers to the questions such as, what are the goals of Agile implementation in your company was carried out? So Agile implementation goals, there were the top 5 goals which organization implementation Agile, such as the first one, improving ways to manage changing priorities, which was 62% of employees of companies using Agile considered this goal relevant for their organization. Secondly, improving their quality of products, as well as accelerating the supply and release of products to the market, which by 54%. Third, improving the transparency of project management, which was 52%. Fourth of them, ensuring the coordinated work of businesses and IT, again similar to the previous one, nearly 51%, and the increased productivity was the last goal, and which was 38%. Thus, more than half of the respondents associate the needs for Agile with the need for companies to manage the company in a coordinated and open manner in a phase of transformation, while improving the quality of the products and speeding up their processes. Well, let's back to the more about findings. In order to identify how the stages of Agile implementation in companies and the benefits of its implementation are interrelated, experiment correlation analysis was also carried out between the respondents' answers to the relevant questions, such as, at what stages of Agile implementation in your company, and what benefits have been received from the introduction of Agile in your company? Thus, hypothesis was tested to answer whether the volume of specific benefit obtained through Agile depend on the stages of its implementation. In other words, are applied tasks better solved in organization with a high level of Agile competencies according to the employees? We apply Spearman's rank correlation coefficient to calculate the interdependence between the pairs of variables because both variables are under study. Variables such as at what stages of agile implementation in your company and what benefits have been received from the introduction of agile in your company. They were asked, and it is ranked and not quantitative. Spearman correlation coefficients between the studied correlation indicator does not extend 0.2. At the same time, all correlations are significant at the level of 0.01 and have a positive sign. It indicates that there is a weak direct relationship between these indicators. Such a result should be interpreted as follows: the greater value of the first variable, the greater the value of the second. However, only based on the presence of this dependence, we cannot say that the benefits of the introduction of agile depend on the stages of implementation of agile. We can only say that the dynamics of indicators are consistent over time. Depending on the introduction of agile in organizations, the volume of benefits also increases with a significant degree of probability. The results of the correlation analysis allow us to assert that the volume of the benefits, such as ensuring the coordinated work of business and IT depends most on the stages of agile implementation, acceleration of product deliveries and markets entry, increased predictability of supplies, improvement of engineering culture, reduction of project risk. So let's talk about the questions and the matrix. As you can see from the matrix, the data of 4 out of 13 have a positive negative correlation with a factor of 1 to a rotation of 0.5 or more, while the rest are less than 0.5, low correlation coefficient, which is. Thus, it is advisable to recognize the connectedness of the questionnaires items among themselves as low. Nevertheless, as a result of a varimax rotation, it was possible to identify 4 factors or components. Combining agile goals by groups. Table, as you can see from the screen, also shows us these goals. However, the total percentage of the explained variables was 46.4%, indicating a weak stability levels in the selected groups. We will designate the groups of goals as follows. First of all, clarity and quality of work to ensure the success of the company in the long term. Second, business and IT coherence to increase the speed and the predictability of work. Third, reduction of risk and costs. And the fourth one, optimization of management. Let me finish my presentation, our presentation, with an acknowledge to data collected from the companies. First of all, we thank Scrimtech company from Russia. You can see the website of the company. IT products manager, especially the Alexandre Edgokimo, and Agile coach and Agile transformation expert Sergey Rogachev for the data collection. And this study was supported by TÜBİTAK Turkey, which is the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, especially the Department of Science Fellows and Growth Grants programs, which was supported our visiting professor. Thank you very much for your attention. Again, thank you very much for the organization committee. We will be really happy to listen your comments, criticisms, and questions.
He is in the audience. It's our guest from Moscow, the Russian University of People's Friendship, Elena Ponomarenko, the Doctor of Sciences professor, the head of the Faculty of Political Economy. So the floor to her.
Dear colleagues, everyone is already tired, although we have a very, very interesting day today, and we have listened to a number of presentations, and especially in the first part of the day, they were very, very constructive. And thank you, dear organizers, for doing this. But I will perhaps distract you a little bit in terms of the topics and the contents. What is there? Here on this picture, you can see the University of People's Friendship, and my presentation is sanctions and technological sovereignty of Russia. Why sanctions? Dear colleagues were rather nice, and we're speaking about turbulence, about indefinite situation, etc., etc., about crisis. Crisis is a natural situation in the economy. Without a crisis, economy doesn't develop. Economy and crisis is not only having the bad connotation, it also has some positive sides for improvement of relations, etc., etc. But now we are the system crisis. We are in the system crisis at the moment, and the macroeconomical parameters witness about this on the short, middle sized and long waves, on decrease of GDP and high inflation, etc., etc. Well, there is a hypothesis which it's a kind of an approach from above, from macroeconomic positions. Well, there is a resonance thing. Engineers know what it is about. Now we are still on a positive wave of a century trend. What does it mean? Fernand Braudel, famous philosopher and historian, proved that the humankind doesn't have the same opinion about the reasons of a crisis. Some people say there are some process in the sea, moon, etc., etc., space, etc., etc. But it has been proved on the large statistics materials, and now we are on a peak of the downgoing cycle, the reason of which is the change of the world leader. If, from the Roman Empire, the second was Netherlands, then British Empire, Germany had to take this space in the 60s of the last century. The new world leader has been formed over the world. Some 10 years ago, I used to write that it had to be some center or some cluster of developed countries, and now it is becoming clear that it's going to be China. Why do I make this introduction, macroeconomic introduction? What is sanctions? Sanctions is a very clear and known instrument of fighting by the world leader with all those who are trying to fight its priority. And the sanctions against Russia today, this is a structure of my speech. Well, all the measures of non-market character, apart from the honest competition introduced by the international organizations against many persons and organizations which are somehow connected to recognition of Donetsk and Lugansk republics in 2022. It includes the limitation of funds, financial system, the actual explosion of Northern Stream, the reputational losses to our country, closure of ports, etc., etc. By the beginning of March, Russia has become a world leader by the number of sanctions put over it. And the number of physical and legal entities which are under sanctions had achieved 7,116. If you look at the next slide, the history of sanctions for Russia. We had to celebrate the 100th anniversary in 2019. We had to actually celebrate the 100th anniversary of sanctions against Russia, because the first sanctions were imposed to Russia in 1919, and already in 2022 there were 8 packages of sanctions imposed in connection with the continuation of the special military operation in Ukraine. We were cut off SWIFT, our banks were cut off SWIFT, our golden reserves and currency reserves in European Union were frozen. Also, they refused from communication, airlines, by airlines and other ways of transport. And very serious consequences are related to the refusal to supply the modern technologies, and the 5th package of sanctions was joined by United States, Japan, and other countries, and this focus related to the growth of inflation, which was hyperinflation, was expected by them, but actually this is what was not justified. There is inflation, but it's not hyperinflation. What does Russia do? Suddenly, it takes some symmetrical sanctions, although in our opinion they are quite milder than had to be. And a short conclusion. The influence of sanctions over Russia is very different, very strong sanctions for Russia were the financial sanctions and cutting it off SWIFT. Further on, what is SWIFT? Maybe someone is interested. It's the system of coding of fast banking payments, which involves 200 countries over the world. So cutting off SWIFT is a rather different complication in access to financial funds and exchange, financial exchanges and transactions, and it's actually nevertheless depending on Russia in terms of fuel resources. Some banks are still in SWIFT system and continue working there. Only 3 countries have been cut off SWIFT: Iran, Russia, and Northern Korea. So Russia nowadays is creating its own MIR system, payment system, and about 30 countries have joined this system. But nevertheless, United States are pushing the countries which are not officially against Russia, but nevertheless, under the burden, under the pushing of the United States, they are making steps backwards. They are refusing from accepting MIR cards. What are the perspectives of overcoming these sanctions? There are two. One is import substitution, and the other one is technological sovereignty. What is the difference between them? Import substitution is the development of the country in the conditions of autarky, where we have to just to survive, not try not to die from hunger. But if we are speaking about technological sovereignty, then it is the support, technological support, and trying to get out to the world markets with new developed products. And the I would like to demonstrate it in terms of software. What we are discussing now in the RUDEN at economic faculty, it's the digital state in our master department, and our students are making researchers in software area. Here we had some problems which appeared in 2014, in the period when United States and the European Union condemned the joining of Crimea, and already in 2016 there was some decrees of the government which actually prohibited buying the foreign software, and they prescribed to use own developments. Plus to the federal project, digital technologies, national program, the digital transformation of the Russian Federation. We have increased the grants, and the funding has grown from 300 million to 500 million rubles, and there are some foundations which are stimulating and providing grants. Their sizes have grown as well, but on the background of disappearing of foreign countries, which started in February of this year. The situation on the market has been complicated drastically in the beginning, which I have already mentioned. In the state sector, the information security was developed much faster. Now there is, and the commercial sector was lagging behind, and there were several polls, and our guys have analyzed. The firms would say, well, it's very expensive. And after 2014, nevertheless, as they say, better we drive old Mercedes cars than the new cars produced here in Russia. Well, as soon as there is a time limitation, just I will make a comment on this slide on the contrary opinions of different experts. Well, Evgeny Tsaryov believes that with the transfer to the domestic software is not possible. The exchanges must be just one by one, because well-known suppliers were developing their solutions during many years, and another position, Alexei Lugatsky, says that only 1/4 of the Russian companies are prepared to full import substitution, and the rest are just waiting. So it was the opinion expressed in 2021. And Masukh Ilya believes that in all the classes of software, there are already decent Russian analogs. 600 Russian companies were polls were questioned, and they say that, well, we have no other way to do. We are in the position where we have to survive, and I will just skip this. You will have this presentation, but what is interesting, the Russian companies on the import substitution market in 2021, we are moving forward. In my opinion, I am an economist. We still lack resources, not only financial, but also human resources. And to solve this problem, we have to finalize this special military operation and use all the means, all the resources, reserves we have for provision of the for substituting the products and development, because sanctions provide a long periods are provided for a long period, and we have to fight it. Thank you, dear colleagues. Please, your comments. One question as a neighbor. Elena Vasilyevna, well, it's a very interesting story about import substitution. If we're speaking about today and tomorrow, to live and to survive. As an economist, macroeconomist, how can you see the main success steps? What can you name which make it possible to balance today and exist tomorrow? The import substitution program, I tried to show you that we are trying to balance nowadays. We have some achievements, but the speed and the results are 50-50, and there are firms where the situation is even worse. Well, there are sectors where the situation is worse. Pharmaceuticals, microelectronics, etc., etc. There are spheres where the situation is rather sad, and only in the conditions of a serious budget deficit. All the previous speakers were speaking about the government. That's great when the government helps, and the government must support. But look at the Western technologies. It was all done by the market with the initial push of the government. What do we have here in the conditions of resources deficit? Well, I don't know. We have to hope for the talents of Russian people only. It is an optimistic comment, Olga. You're welcome.
Которая является сегодня наиболее актуальной. Вот скажите.
Well, the topic which is more actual today, different groups of researchers are considering sanctions in different groups. What sanctions, in your opinion, will provide the most difficult influence on the future or the long period of the Russian economy development? And the second question, you mentioned Iran. They are living for 43 years under sanctions, and they have formed their opposition economy. What mechanism and tools applied in Iran could be useful in applying here in domestic economy? Thank you for your question. Perhaps I won't be able to answer your second question. I have my friend, a French researcher who is dealing only with Iranian problems. I will get this information from him, and if you like, I will publish it. But as to the sanction groups, they are all very bad and rather painful. There are no sanctions which can be overcome very easily and quickly. As to the financial sanctions, maybe I just said a couple of words. Well, we are moving forward, but for instance, China also, which was cut off SWIFT, but in 1 year time, Americans had to put them on because very quietly, without advertisements, the Chinese are providing their own payment system over the world, which now exists over the all the countries. We do not have this factor, functional factor. We do not have money, no time. And certainly technological sanctions are perhaps the most difficult ones. As an economist, I'm against them. I understand that. Well, it's impossible to repeat the experience of Iron Curtain. It's impossible to live in these conditions. But if we move forward over all these three dimensions, we need to make it that our specialists did not leave, that there is no brain drain. We need these brains here in this country, and I'm convinced that if we finalize the special operations, we will get the resources which we can use for economic sovereignty. Now we can only dream about it. Sorry for my pessimism. Thank you very much. And there is the last presenter today is Olga Kalinina, director of the High School of the Production Management of St. Petersburg Polytechnical University, and she is will tell us about the training of personnel for the digital transformation, which later will be discussed in detail on the section devoted to human capital. Can you see my presentation? Good day, dear colleagues. In the first place, I would like to thank for the invitation to take part in a very well-organized and high-scale conference. We heard a lot about your event. That's why for us it's a very big honor to take part in the plenary meeting, and together with my colleagues, we've been listening to the speeches before the coffee break and the speeches and the presentations which are being presented now. The topic of our speech was selected so that we could show the role of the higher education in the sustainable development of the society, and which can be focused on the digital aspects in training these personnel for industrial companies. And certainly, if we are speaking about the theory and the methods, then the topicality of this is indispensable, because we base on the program documents which were confirmed by the General Assembly of the United Nations Organization, and on the documents which we are prescribed by the UNESCO concept. As to the strategic development of our economic and management education, because we represent our university in the framework of training the specialists for Group 38, management economy. We did the map of development and the strategy of the development of engineering education for the period of 4 years up to year 2030. And we analyzed the external challenges which we have today, our university meets today, and the international situation in which we are today dictates us some changes, internal changes, and in the scientific and educational activity which we have to fulfill. And we cannot avoid the processes related to COVID, which also influences the working conditions and personnel training. And thirdly, the digital transformation is one of the main trends which influences the changes in our development training programs. It's a kind of a competition between the universities in the good sense, the competition for good students, and in this competition we are getting our competitive advantages. And certainly we also are careful about the generations change and new stuff which is coming to the process. Our mission is based on the polytechnical approach and complex approach of technical institutes which are formed so that they reflect the specificity, physical and mathematical sciences, engineering and technical and digital competencies. And mostly in this and in the previous years, we tried to develop the online education, not only in the framework of the modules and certain courses, but also as independent training products of mastership program. It seems to me that Elena Vasilyevna in her previous speech also mentioned this. And the modern trends in the field of education, which were also diagnosed by us and which we try to implement in our training programs. We wanted to introduce the way we implement them on the example of training the management personnel on the level of bachelor degrees and master degrees. I know that the timing is very short, and I wanted to say a couple of words only about this part, and then if you have any questions, I will share my contacts, and I would like to exchange with you the practical experience which we have in our university and which was shared by Elena Vasilyevna. If we're speaking about our university, is rather big. It is it has 13 institutes in its structure, and the Institute of Management in the field of economy and trade. We train the specialists for industrial companies, for industries. We are rather big. We train around 2,000 students. And our model is rather standard. We have specialty on the 3rd and the 4th year of training. And we also have our specific features, which is in a big number of bachelor programs, 8 bachelor programs, 10 master programs. So we divided all these educational programs into 2 clusters, which is the functional management and the industry management. And I would like to emphasize specifically that the programs which are in the industry management, these are the programs of training the staff, the personnel for our industry. We are training specialists for energy management, management of oil and gas complex, and development and management in construction. There is, online master degree, which was introduced this year. It can be used for training the students of the second higher education. I try to make a very quick review, and if you are interested, we have made the roadmap, and It is represented on our website, and we will be happy to listen to your comments on the. So thank you very much again for the opportunity to speak, and using this chance, I would like to say that simultaneously we have our second colleague who is speaking on the logistics section, and we will also represent our business case there on working with an industrial partner on the logistics training program. Thank you very much. Can you tell us how do you design the competences in such quickly changing conditions and the conditions which the requirements of companies, because training a specialist is 2 + 2 + 2 in your model, and it's a lot of time, and when a graduate cannot correspond the requirements already on the labor market, yes, it's a rather difficult question, but certainly it's easier to work with the master degrees. This is a rather short period of 2 years. We try to involve our employers to develop to the development of the training programs. And if we are speaking about bachelor program, in the first place we are based on federal standards, and then we identify the contacts based on the professional standards and the analysis of the experience, which is understood as our employers. We can analyze their experience after we open the program. Half a year before we start accepting people, we can correct our training plan a little bit by way of forming some additional competences which can be presented as faculty disciplines, and the main program stays the same, but some small variation may be introduced to this program. Well, thank you, Olga Vasilievna. If there are any questions, you're welcome. It's rather not a question, but maybe a comment. You mentioned in your presentation engineering management training. Again, I would like to support this as soon as I have to combine my research and training activity with the company. We always face the cases when people come who cannot logically validate some of their managerial decisions, and for ourselves in the framework of existing conditions, we selected the following way. We somewhere in the middle of the training process, we add to the training, and we try to introduce our needs to the trainees, and in the companies today this type of personnel is missing. Everyone is using slogans, but the work should be done. Thank you for this commentary. Certainly, we are working for our customers, for business, for industries, and we are listening to their main requirements on training the personnel, whether bachelor or master level, because they are our customers. Thank you very much, Olga Vladimirovna. And this is the end of our plenary part, because there are already the colleagues well knocking on the link to join another session, which will be held in the same room. So thank you very much for your participation. Thank you and bye-bye.